Night with a Tramp. This is TrampCast Hangout number 27, I think, maybe, possibly. That's what I've labelled it as. One day I'll count back and there'll be gaps in the numbering. Or there'll be two or three of the same number. But it is as it is. Hello, hello. This is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. A tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. What else have we got? Some might say a bum, someone who lives rough or on the streets, or in my case, in a field. Torrevieja, that's a city on the southeast coast of Spain. So once again, the channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Hello, hello. We'll give it a minute or two for people to start arriving. I see the numbers moving up and down a little bit. The YouTube app isn't the greatest, as far as I can tell, at doing these numbers. That's what I tell myself when the numbers are low anyway. Okay, folks. I have got a coffee. Well, I've just made two coffees. I've just taken the lid off this one because I have literally only just made them 5 minutes ago. So they are going to be hot. So I'll give this a try. But it might have to be some two-fisted drinking. I've got a can of beer, obviously. It is Friday night. Oh, that's hot. Let me take the glasses off and see. Got to be very careful with that. It's in an insulated cup and it did have the lid on. I've only just taken the lid off. And I still haven't trimmed my moustache, and so I'm still dribbling after drinking. Dribbling and slurping. I do apologise for any slurps that you may detect, but I've had a kind of a lazy week. I've had not a great week, to be honest. I said on Sunday that I was going to try and get these, I think with 3 or 4 episodes of TrampCast behind. I wanted to get those out of the way this week. Didn't do any. I didn't do an early week TrampCast either, a TrampCast Hangout. Often I'll do one on a Tuesday. Didn't quite get around to it, folks. Didn't quite get around to any of it. It's been a kind of a hot, sweaty, sticky, lazy, crappy kind of week. How about you guys? How's it been with you? Let's have a quick look in chat, see whether anybody's here. I'll have to switch to live chat rather than top chat. And nobody's talking to me as yet. Chat is an integral part of these Hangouts, folks. Even if it's your first time here. Chat is wide open. There are no limits on who can take part. Come and say hello. Maybe tell me what country or city you're in, what the temperature is, what the weather is. I understand parts of Britain have got rain and storms and things on the way. Yeah. I think parts of Spain have got things on the way as well. But here in Torrevieja, it's been warm still. Not as hot as it was. Not last week was crazy hot. 36s and 37s. Mr. S, hello, hello, and John in Merseyside, hello. Oh, Tina, okay, we've got to show Tina, haven't we? She's the star of the show, as we all know. I'll have to unplug, reverse the camera, show the legs, obviously, for the pervs. Turn the lights, and here she is. Hey, babe. Are you going to turn and say hello to people? Hey, babe. Can people get a look at my Tina girl? Hey? No. Okay. Why not? You're not saying hello. You're very camera shy. You're very camera shy at the moment. I think it's the light. I think it's the light she doesn't like. And I can't find the button quickly enough to turn it back off. See whether she'll turn around now. But you won't be able to see her. Hey, Tina. Hey, babe. Yeah, that's better, isn't it? But people can't see you, darling. People can't see. Maybe if they turn the brightness up on their screens. I don't know. Hey, babe. Okay, let's... I didn't turn it back to me, did I? The real star of the show, obviously. As I like to kid myself that I am. How am I doing for power? I'm on 100. If you don't mind, I'll leave the cable out, because sometimes being on 100% with the cable in causes crackling we've detected in the past. Okay, folks, people are arriving. Is anybody saying hello? Scotty808 is here again. Hello, Scotty. UK rainy season arriving here in the High Peak. Yeah. Yeah. At least you got a good week or two this year, didn't you? You had a heat wave and drought early on, and then in actual summer you got a proper week or two. So I guess you can't complain too much, although you will, because you're British. It's what we do, complain about the weather. Complain it's cold, and the first time the sun comes out it's too hot. Complain about the rain, the first time you get a week without rain it's hosepipe bans. Tradition, folks, you've got to have your traditions. Okay, folks, there must be more people out there who want to say hello. Karen Johnson, hello, hello. I have to differentiate between Karen, I'll say Karen J in future, between Karen J and my other friend Karen. We are fully Karen. No, we're not fully Karen. She's not here yet. She might not be here tonight. I don't know. I didn't tell her I was doing a live. Do I mention this? I will. She was out today buying me like a backup tent, buying me like my next, well, shopping for me my next tent. I'll be passing the money on. But we took, earlier this week, we took damage to the tent. The monster. I woke up in the night and I could hear tearing, I could hear ripping. And Tina had tried bum shuffling out of the door as she does. And I'll be honest, I've been really impressed that the tent's lasted 4 months with her doing that. But she got caught in it somehow this time, and she's ripped the zip from the fabric. Well, she's ripped some of the fabric around it, pulling on it all. So all the way under the door, the zip fabric and some of the tent has come away, all the way under, and then about a foot upwards, maybe a little bit more, so 30 centimeters for you metric folk, all the way under the door and up a foot, up 30 centimeters, is all water operated. I tried reattaching it with duct tape, only on the inside. At the moment the duct tape won't really stick on the outside. As soon as the material is dusty and dirty, once it's been outside a while, the duct tape won't stick to it. But I got it all kind of pinned and sort of more or less there. I've been having to like reapply it, not reapply, but apply pressure to make sure it doesn't come loose. But then 2 hours after I fixed it, she went and did it again, didn't she? Some dog was going past and she decided to try and get out of the door on her own. I've been trying to lift her up and out as often as I could. But sometimes, like, I might fall asleep in an afternoon and, you know, Tina will be Tina. So tomorrow I'll probably have to go over it all and apply another layer, but that anchors to more of the actual material of the tent as well. No point just putting it back over more duct tape. But if I can find a way to kind of strengthen it and attach it more robustly to some more of the fabric of the tent, we'll have to do that. But that's part of the reason I'm pissed off this week, I guess. But Karen had a place locally where second-hand tents can be had cheap. So she's got me another big one like this. I think the same brand as this. and I'll have it on standby, ready for when this one starts to go, you know, like the other ones did. So far, I haven't had a tent last 7 months without having major damage, like the roof blowing away or whatever, tearing, ripping, blowing away. Tarpaulins over the top, and I'll get another 6 months out of them. But if you saw the state I was living in at the end of, well, both of the last tents, in fact, all, how many have I had now? I lose track. Is this the third tent or the fourth? I think this is the third. I think so. But both of the last two, when they were at an end, were in quite a state. And probably best not to get into that much of a state where I'm lying in puddles of water, where my two mattresses are soaking up water, where the whole of the inside of the tent is flooded. Probably best to switch to another tent before that. But we've got it ready for when it's needed. No, not rushing. This damage that we've taken this week isn't that significant in overall terms. We'll be a little less secure come a storm or something. But it's the zip around the fly mesh. The main zip for the main door will still work. We're just not using that in summer. Are they all nylon struck, synthetic, or also cotton? To be honest, Mr. Ice, I couldn't tell you. I'm not an expert on these things. They are probably a plastic, a nylon. I don't know. I've never read up on the ins and outs of it. They're big. They shield me from the wind, and they're waterproof generally. For well, whether you count them as 7 months or a year. Old style military canvas would be better, it would, but they're very expensive and they're very, very heavy. And typically we're acquiring them in the UK and then bringing them out here. So there's a Chippy dives in with what looks like lining up a joke. I just figured out why there are no vampires in Africa. Come on, what's the punchline? They hate holy water and Toto bless the rains down in Africa. There we go. Is that one that you found yourself somewhere, or have you pinched a jack attack? Cheers for that. Remember to move the glasses. I do believe that's my first cup of coffee today. Good evening, sir. So yeah, Tina has inflicted her first semi-major damage on the tent. We had the one a few weeks ago where she kicked a hole in the tent. We had another rip in the tent appear way back as well, about that same time she kicked a hole in it. Those are both minor. A bit of duct tape, they've held fine for, I don't know, a couple of months, however long that's been. But this that she's done with the door is, well, it's more significant, and because she bum shuffles in and out of that door on her own independently when she needs. If I've mistimed the walks, or she's still been really funny about when I walk her and she doesn't do anything, and then an hour later she's crapping just outside the door. It's like, what the hell did we just go on the walk for? I don't know. So it's been a weird week all in all. I'm a bit pissed off with myself. I'm a bit down generally, I guess. So I didn't do a TrampCast Hangout earlier in the week. I didn't do any proper TrampCasts like I said I was going to do. I may, I haven't checked the weather forecast. It might rain tonight. I saw earlier. I hope tomorrow's back to normal. I may try and squeeze in an extra TrampCast in the afternoon, a proper TrampCast, to catch up on at least one of those weeks. Yeah, I guess that happens to us all. That sometimes you don't need to go and then you do. Um, it's also possible that I'm not walking her far enough because I can't carry her far enough. Um, we went on a longer walk today, slightly longer, and man, she just wasn't helping on the way back. If her legs were touching the ground, they were just dragging. She wasn't even trying to to take any weight or to take any of the strain. Um, dogs like the movement. The movement causes them to go. Um, that's another thing. That's just broken. My so I've got a few of these Christmas lights, fairy lights. This set, the wire just broke, and these ones went into the night and were nice and colourful. Rob Ryan, hello. I see you arriving. But yeah, everything is just breaking, it feels like. Everything breaks. I mean, I guess nothing magically gets better, does it? That's like, I've lost the word. In physics, where things fall apart over time, everything becomes disorganized. Entropy. Fuck. Couldn't get there. But yeah, nothing magically reorganizes itself and gets better. It all just falls apart over time. So a nice set of lights now look to be knackered. I don't know. From what I've seen with Big Clive, when you break into these little solar panel boxes, I haven't got spudgers and things, but I could have a go at smashing my way in and reconnecting the wire. But don't they tend to be potted? Don't they tend to be set in a resin? So I don't know. I don't know whether there's any way forward to try and repair it. I could maybe cut the wires, find an old USB wire, and join the wires to a USB connector and power it from a power bank, or direct from the EcoFlow, if I can work out positive and negative. I don't know. I like that, Rob. The universe is tending to disorder, especially those parts of it made in China. Yeah, I guess. When I was a kid, it was Hong Kong and Singapore. But yeah, China took over somewhere along the line. Although you could argue Hong Kong is politics, maybe. Hong Kong is China now, isn't it? Kind of, sort of. Maybe I'll put the lid back on that before it cools too far. If I'm going to drink it this slowly. And also, I am supposed to be doing two-handed drinking, so you know. Cheers to the subscribers. Cheers to those of you that are here joining me on a Friday night. And in particular, cheers if you hit the thumbs up already. I'll give you a second or two to catch up. Hit that bloody like button. Well, at least one of you took the hint. Not that it was a very subtle hint. Let's have a look. Mr. S says only the front is potted. But I might be able to, I don't have an actual spudger, but maybe I can just break my way in with a penknife and then just duct tape it back together after. Go in with unreasonable force, as Clive would say. You missed Taiwan. I did indeed. There's another argument about whether it's China or not. Since 1997, it's been a special administrative region. Yeah, didn't we? Was it a 99-year lease we had, and then we handed it back? Chris Patton, I think it was, wasn't it? Lord Patton. I don't know if he's still with us or not. Any of those old Tory ministers, are any of them still with us? Norman Tebbit died recently, didn't he? Is Heseltine gone? I think Heseltine died, but I'm not sure. Who else? What other names do you remember? John Selwyn Gummer? There was another one. Oh, I don't remember. Who were the vegetables when it came to spitting image? That was Chippy that hadn't, where you didn't arrive too. You've not been here long. When will they invade? Oh. They keep. As far as I understand it, they keep doing military exercises and things, don't they? And there's a lot of South China Sea manoeuvres and things go on. They keep wanting to claim all those islands that are out and about as well. Yeah, penknives make excellent spudges. This one's a bit of a chunky monkey. It's the one that I deployed last weekend? It's not, I guess it's a fairly sharp blade, but it's, on the whole, it's a bit chunky. It does lock, so there's no worries on that score. It's just the, it's that danger, isn't it? Yeah. Once I get in, I won't know what I'm looking at, and I haven't got any kind of solder or whatever. Maybe I'll be able to see an obvious screw or clamp or something. I can just wind it around. Or, like I said, I could cut the. I don't know what volt. I assume these are running off those cells, whatever they're called, with lots of 8s and 3s in the number that I can never remember the. But some of them run with a couple of triple A's or double A's, don't they? So it depends what's inside and what voltage it's running at. Whether I could just hook it up to a USB power bank instead. We would be at the limits of my technical skills, and with no easy way to determine positive and negative wires unless there's any kind of markings. I guess one's still connected So if I can get inside and look at that, I may be able to get a clue if any of it's marked. Get inside, take a look, see if I can fix the wire that's there. If I can't, mark which wire is which, and then cut the cable and splice it to a USB power cable. Maybe. And then watch the whole set of lights blow up because I'm pumping 5 volts through and it's only expecting 3.7. Something like that. You see that? It's wet under my chin from where the coffee's run. I don't know, folks. Patton is still hanging on. Heseltine's still around, is he? I thought I remembered him, if not being dead, then being majorly ill at some point. John Major and his peas. Yeah, and Edwina Curry he had an affair with, didn't he? We didn't find out about that until after. Although didn't Spitting Image... I think Spitting Image knew. They kept doing sketches about... When John Major was all grey and messing with his peas with Norma, his wife, didn't he keep showing like dream sequences of him and Edwina? I think they knew. It was considered boring because he just knuckled down and did his job. Major, I guess so. He followed straight on from Maggie, didn't he? If I remember correctly. Which probably didn't help that the Tories had been in for, what, 11 or 12 years when he came in. I guess anything was an improvement from Maggie. I was not a fan. 18650s. You see, I told you it had lots of 3s and 7s in it. Fuck. I can never remember that number. Somebody give me some kind of mnemonic or something. Give me a way of... I guess we could go with 1865 with 0 on the end. What can you tell me about 1865? American Civil War, maybe? Somewhere there or thereabouts. No, 1776, 1860 something or other. I don't know, folks. I don't recall. 18650. I can remember that for at least the next 5 minutes. Is this a good time of night to have your first coffee of the day? It is only instant, so there's no real... The war in Iraq, was that the Million People March? Kind of not my war. And yeah. Geoffrey Howe, was he was the Chancellor at one point. Then he resigned and gave the big speech. Can you guys hear the fan? The EcoFlow just started making noise. I'll turn that off, I think. I left it on longer than I intended. Sorry, nobody mentioned any problem with sound, but you probably could hear that. Okay, Mr. S. That was at 29, and I don't know what time it is now. 32. I'm only 3 minutes behind, folks. Or was that? Hold on. Edwina Curry lives near me. She's a proper pompous cow. Scotty, okay. Yes, Spitting Image hinted at it. I thought they had. Yeah, it was very grey in Spitting Image. But were the peas green though? I think the peas were vivid green. And he'd just sit and talk in a monotone voice to Norma. 5 volts is too much for those LEDs. Maybe. Just probably AA. Okay. Scrolling forward again, I think I've... Oh, it's jumping. He did follow directly, I do remember that correctly then. It's a long time ago, I would have been young. 91 or thereabouts. What would I have been? 22? Yeah. 22, 23, depending on where it was in the year. (1865) was the end of the American Civil War. So I could use that as maybe a memory hook if I can't remember 18650. 1865 with a 0 on the end. Oh, Edwina and the eggs. That was a thing, wasn't it? Back when our, what would you call them? The national flock was riddled with salmonella. And for decades they refused to vaccinate. And now they do. Not sure why the U-turn. U-turn if you want to. The lady's not for turning. Barry Ace Card Sherbet. Interesting handle. Hello there. I was on that march. Was it called the Million People March, or was it just an anti-war march? I remember one that was called the Million People March. But people used to go on big marches back then. There was an anti-hunting one, wasn't there? No. Was it the other way around? It was the people from the countryside that were pro-hunting when legislation was being brought in to stop fox hunting. Make tea, not war. Chippy was in the poll tax riots. That was a big one, yeah. Poll tax riots. They modified it, didn't they? But they didn't really stop it. They just rebranded it as community charge and brought it in the same way. Like I said, slightly modified, but there's marches and protests every 5 minutes in the UK. There are at the minute. But they're inventing special police units to investigate them. Chippy was in town for innocent reasons and got involved. You were just walking across Trafalgar Square at that time. Oh, itchy nose, folks, itchy nose. Accidentally walked into Dennis Skinner and the eggs. Dennis Skinner, the beast of Bolsover? I don't remember his involvement with eggs, unless he was throwing them at someone. Who was the guy? That was John Two Jags. What was he called? And that guy didn't really throw an egg at him. He kind of smacked him in the face with an egg. So he punched him. John Prescott. That was a fun little moment. That was a fun moment. Guy kind of slaps him in the face with an egg, and he claps back with a right hook. Well, it's more of a right cross, I think, but yeah. All the hotel stuff, it looks very dodgy, doesn't it? It looks very dodgy. Hmm. The hotel's not really the problem. It's letting them in the first place. I don't understand why the Navy doesn't just turn them back. Well, because every now and again one of them drowns or something, and then we all go weak at the knees and let them in. I don't know. Here's the question though, Chippy. Are they asylum seekers in the real sense of the word? How many countries have they crossed that were safe before they got here? I mean, they're leaving France for a start, which is safe. We're all going to go a bit right wing and Chippy's a little bit left wing. No, I don't think they meet the criteria of an asylum seeker in the true sense. You're supposed to stop at the first safe country, not travel halfway around the world. I don't know. You're not a little bit left wing. Economic migrants. This is the allegation. I mean, I don't know what the percentages are. Well, you would expect asylum seekers to be families, or at least a high proportion of them to be families. And they're not. They're coming from countries that are in civil war and they're fighting age men. And some of them aren't even coming from civil war. They just come along, claim to be gay, and that's not allowed in their country. I don't know, folks. I mean, I'm not in the country, so I'm not experiencing it. I'm only getting the news. I'm only getting the news third hand, really, through the media, and then maybe not even through the media, through other people's reactions to the media. I'm watching a lot of YouTube at the minute, folks. So yeah, I don't know. It's a controversial one. We'll probably leave it there a little bit because we don't really do politics here without falling out too much. A statue of Prescott has been proposed in Hull. Is he still with us, or has he passed? Have we already covered this? Which way is it jumping now? I make Lenin look right wing. That was Chippy. I don't know about the word all, Barry, but yeah, there do seem to be a high proportion of miscreants amongst them. Whether that's part of the reason they've made the journey, because they've been kicked out of their own country or whatever, that hence the asylum seeking because persecution, because they're crims on the run, or whether it's a cultural difference which leads to sexploitation of women. Again, it's getting political. Don't want to end up falling out with anybody. And as I said, I'm not there in the country to get a full sense of it. But I did find the Tommy Robinson documentary Silenced to be quite persuasive and changed my mind on on the way I see how these things can get handled by the authorities, gagging orders and what they call NDAs, non-disclosure agreements, payments to people to shut their mouths, threats that people will lose employment if they speak out. Then again, Tommy Robinson, there's controversy for you. Did he punch somebody and flee the country, or was he already scheduled to leave the country? Because as I understand it, it's not easy to just buy a flight and just go. It's not impossible, but it's a lot more expensive and a lot more difficult. Usually, the usual procedure is that you book a couple of days in advance. That's why when you order, you have to give the passport numbers of everyone that will travel, the names and passport numbers of people that will travel, so that security checks and disclosures and things are done. So I don't. That's gone off on a tangent, hasn't it? Trump has moved 2 nuclear subs closer to Russia. He did, because of I saw it was because of comments by somebody, but I'm not sure who the comments were by. I assume it's Putin, however you want to pronounce his name. Yeah, I was just reading Tony T's comment when it jumped. Now I don't know which way it jumped. Here we go. Yeah. "2468 motorway." Was that a song way back? Someone with the same name? Yeah, I'm missing a comment because every time I try and scroll down backwards, it just jumps back to the bottom. And then every now and again, it'll just jump upwards, but to previous comments. Okay, Chippy surprisingly was in agreement with with deporting the scummier elements of our cultural enrichment. Do you see the stuff in Switzerland where I think I might have mentioned this last week. A swimming pool was calling the police out. I said 3 times a day when I last talked about this. They were calling the police out 3 times an hour when I watched it back again. 3 times per hour they were calling the police out to the swimming pool because of women being harassed or sexually assaulted by gangs. They'd be surrounded by a gang who'd all be grabby, touchy-feely. So they banned anyone who wasn't from Switzerland originally, or that wasn't staying in a nearby hotel. They banned them all, and they were down to not calling the police at all for a month. Okay, Tony T says my comment was regarding the footage of Tommy over the guy. I must have missed that previous comment. Whoa. Okay, don't know how hard you would have to be hit to spin around, end up face down, out cold with a bag over your head. I don't get the bag over your head part. Is that what happened? I'll tell you that any punch could, if it lands well, could knock someone out. Any well thrown punch, potentially. I mean, the problem is most people throw wild and miss. And you've got 2 people that are moving, and so you don't always get a good contact, even if you throw a good punch. So I don't think you have to super hard. to it's not like you have to be some mega monster villain to knock somebody out. It's I've done it once or twice. It's sometimes it's about the look of and again, was the other guy drunk? Did I read? Now, people that are drunk are out off balance and less good at defending themselves, less good at dodging, and so yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the bit about having a bag over his head was. Oh, yeah, Karen's in the house. Karen says Britain is completely done. Oh, she's it skipped and I've missed some. Medvedev. Do I know who that is? I don't think I know that name. That's the one who made the comments that have prompted the subs to be moved in. I've heard the name, I just don't know. I assume he's what, deputy president or prime minister or whatever. Whoa. Every time I get to a certain point, there's a comment there that's got a DM in it, and every time I get to it, it jumps away. Fucking stop it, you piece of shit. Excuse the profanity. Someone's trying to say something to me, and I'm not seeing it. Face down with a bag over his head, out cold. Was this like a plastic bag? Is someone trying to suffocate him? Now I'm about to get back. There it is. The world is going to end, DM, and you'll die in that tent with your socks on. I haven't worn socks since winter. Have you not seen when I do the pervy foot shots? The feet are out. I slide a pair of pumps on through the day that are falling apart. I slide those on. I was walking Tina the other day, and something felt wrong with my shoe, with this pump. It split all down the right edge, and like the insole was sticking out sideways, and I'm stopped like talking to someone in the road, with my fucking shoes falling apart with the insole sticking out at right angles to the rest of the shoe. I didn't realise. I thought something felt wrong with my shoes, but I couldn't. I was wriggling my toes and my foot and trying to just. I thought there was something in my shoe. Otherwise, it was the insole, but it was half out of my shoe as well. I'm new here. Are you homeless? Are you living homeless? Says Tony. Indeed, I am, sir. Yes. That's why the channel is called Delta Mike. That's me. Down and out. A tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode, and lots and lots of other synonyms. And then in Torrevieja. So Torrevieja, a city on the southeast coast of Spain. So Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Which is why this is called TrampCast. Well, this is TrampCast Hangout, where there is no fixed topic, no... I do a show on a Sunday just called TrampCast, where I detail the events of a week in my life, usually the events of that previous week, although I'm behind at the minute. But then these Hangouts are just more conversational, just me and you guys in chat. Yeah, feel free to take a look at them. If you want the full backstory, the who, how, what, when, where, why, then you want to look for TrampCast 001. It's a 2.5 hour waffling discourse on who I am, what I am, my education, my work history, my background, how and why I ended up in Spain, how I ended up homeless. Um, yeah, it's all there. What? I see it jumped. I don't know who said that. Someone said, "What would Maggie Thatcher have done if thousands turned up um, wanting free stuff?" I honestly think she would have set the navy on them once they got back from the Falklands. I think we would have had gunboats patrolling the fucking channel. We would have set off some warning shots from a machine gun, um, strafing alongside a rubber dinghy, and turn the bastards back. And if the French were escorting them in, we'd have probably ended up sinking a French boat before the end of it. Um, that's what I think Maggie would have done, and it would probably be something that I would have agreed with. She would have certainly given warning shots and had them. Yeah, maybe I suggested this in a conversation with a guy a while back that you get them out of the dinghy and you get away, and then you start taking pot shots. You blow the fucking dinghy up, and you release the footage in France. Yeah, and discourage them. Show them a. Don't get such a close up that you're showing them that the dinghy's empty. Let them think on the news footage that that's a boat full of them being blown up. That would discourage it a little bit. I may be a little bit extreme, but Paul says she would have sent the army out to sea. That's what we call a navy, isn't it? Nigel Farage is a Nazi, as are his supporters. Chippy just throws one out there just to stir it up. A lot of people would disagree, I think, mate, but I don't quite understand the bloke. Some things he says I agree with, some things it's not always what he says that I disagree with. Sometimes it's a lack of action or a lack of commitment or I don't know. But you know that we differ slightly on politics, don't we, Chippy? We don't differ on too much though. We agree on about 99% of things, from what I can tell from most of our conversations. But we do just have these little things that we disagree on. I'm not sure what the score is with Farage. He does seem to be a bit self-serving and a little bit like, what was he called? Going back to the 80s again. Silk. Somebody Silk. Rob. He ended up just as a TV presenter or a quiz show presenter, but he'd made comments about 20 years earlier about how he'd like to be Prime Minister one day. Kilroy Silk. Somebody Kilroy Silk. I'll jump straight to the bottom of chat and see if anybody. I won't go with Robert, but I'm not sure. Robert Kilroy Silk? Are you happy in your tent, or would you rather be in the UK in a flat? I need to get home at some point. Yeah. I mean, some aspects of this life are tolerable. I like the Spanish weather for about 9 months of the year. Not currently. I like being in Spain. I like being next to the sea, but I live next to the sea in the UK. I have to get back to normal life at some point when my bank will let me have my money. Tony says, I'll help you explain Nigel's problem. He's a cultural snob and a pompous prick. Maybe. Cultural snob, where do we get that? I mean, he's wealthy, isn't he? So he's moneyed, which often makes people a bit snobby, but I don't know what you mean by cultural snob. I think he's self-serving a little. All that time, like as an MEP, member of the European Parliament. I don't know. Las Malvinas, por favor. Nunca. Jamás. Never. Karen would rather be in a tent in Spain. That's just because you're cold in England, Karen. You're that used to Spain that you can't handle actual English temperatures anymore. Barry asks, what's stopping you going back to the UK? Police issues or court issues, and a bank that won't. I'm in a bit of a catch-22. It's difficult to explain. So it's not that the police say that I can't leave the country. It's just that when I do, I get arrested because they happen to have invented a warrant for my arrest that they never tell me about or that they never come and serve. Well, they do periodically. It's like random. If I went to the airport, there's 2 or 3 hurdles to get through. One is that basically I've been here, I'm an illegal immigrant. I know, I get it. I see the juxtaposition and I know, I get it. So, I never know whether there's a warrant out for my arrest. So over 5 years, there's been a court case hanging over me, and they never tell me when the court date is, and then at some random point in the future they'll arrest me for not attending court. And if I happen to go to an airport while there's a warrant out, I get arrested, and I miss the plane and lose my money, and I have to make 2 or 3 journeys back to the airport to go and get my luggage the day afterwards. It's all very difficult and inconvenient, and I'm a penniless tramp in a field who hasn't got transport. Getting backwards and forwards to the airport was me putting on friends way back. So there's this thing that they keep doing where they know my address or my location, but they don't serve papers, but then at some random point they'll arrest me. My bank in the UK have decided I'm not me and won't let me have my money. It's not a lot, it's a few thousand, but it's my few thousand, and instead I've been living in a field for fucking 3 years. If I cleared all that up and got to I've got a dog, I got to get my dog out of here along with me and whatever possessions I decide to take. But then they're going to arrest me at the airport anyway, or take me into a dark room and ask me how long I've been here, and they're going to take time to process paperwork and ban me from Schengen for some period of time, because when Brexit was finalised, I was theoretically granted a nominal visa. Everybody was, and it was a 3-month visa. You had 3 months to get out of the country if you didn't have all the other paperwork. So whatever flight I book, I'm going to miss. Then they might want to fine me or whatever while I'm there. There might be fines and bans and things. And then I've got to book another flight, and, So it will all just be a logistical night. There's the random chance about whether or not they end up with a warrant. There's missing flights and getting charged through the nose when you rebook at the airport. The logistics with the dog and everything, and possessions and money, because I can't get my money till I get back to the UK. I haven't got the money for flights until I get my money. So all of that, all of those things. Some bloke knocked Thatcher's head off with a cricket bat inside Parliament. I assume this is a bust or a statue. I haven't heard about it. It just seemed weird how the upper echelons seem so keen on bringing in so many foreigners, and not just the illegal migrants, but that what was the final number by the time they brought in all those Afghans that supposedly helped us during the war? So they're going to bring in all the interpreters and what have you that were in that document that got accidentally released, and then they're going to bring in all their families and it's a final count like 24,000 or something. Then they opened up the floodgates for anyone in Hong Kong who wants to, anyone in Hong Kong who feels it's getting insecure or unsafe with the Chinese. Like that was carte blanche, just anyone in Hong Kong can come. And they just seem mad keen on opening the floodgates. And I don't fully get it. I don't see what their aim is, except for these mad conspiracy theories about replacement theory or whatever they're calling it. I don't know. I don't want to run off and be a mad conspiracy theorist with some of this stuff, but when you've got a theory that fits the facts and you can't come up with any other theory, it kind of pushes you in a direction, doesn't it? I don't know. I find a lot of those theories a bit extreme and a bit bizarre and don't fully explain a motivation for it. I don't know. So that was Tony in a class war, and says a lot about a man who doesn't like Nigel Farage. I've lost context. I would stay in Spain. England's awful. Karen says it's freezing. And it's raining at the minute as well, yeah? Don't get in a light aircraft with him. Him who? Farage or me? Did you open your letter? No, not yet. Well, it's open, I just haven't read it. It was Robert Kilroy, so yeah, okay, thank you. I think that's what I plonked for in the end. He reminds me of Farage, and I don't know why. There's a smoothness, not smooth in a good way, smooth in a, I don't mean snidey. It's a self-serving, I don't know what it is. I haven't got the vocabulary. The letter has frangibulized itself. Frangibulized. Okay. That's a made-up construction, I would have thought, but okay. It's gone all frangible. It could well have by now. Have you got beers tonight? Asks Terry. Yeah, I've got coffee. I've got two coffees. I've got this one here that's about here. And I've got another one up there, and then I've got a few cans laying around. When people send me a PayPal donation and say get yourself a can, I feel obligated to follow their instructions. Likewise, if someone sends me some money and says not for booze, great, thank you for the donation, and I will honour your stipulation. I've got a better word for that than that, haven't I? But yeah, I will honour their comments. I've had people walk past who've given me money and said not for alcohol, because people have that obvious assumption that that you end up in this mess because of the booze, or drugs, or psychiatric problems. Those are the three things everyone assumes. Are you alright, darling? You know, okay. You got a bad ass? She's been fighting. I was going to say fighting for England, but she's. I nearly said Scottish. She's Spanish. Spanish dog. She's never been anywhere but Spain, so I guess she's fighting for Spain. Hey, babe. She's been fighting well the last few days. A little bit annoying. Where was I? I was responding to something. I was prattling on about honouring people's requests when they send money. No, that won't work, Barry. If you went in the bank with your ID, you'd get paid. No, they were very, very specific that I have to go into my branch back in the UK. They specified that right from the get-go. I have to present myself with my passport and 2 other forms of ID in my branch in the UK. I'm not sure what other forms of ID I would have. It's not like I've got a utility bill or anything from over there, is it? Don't know. Yeah, they were very, very clear on that, and I said, can I not go to a lawyer here, or to a notary public, or the court, or a police station? I could video call you, show you my passport, pass it to a policeman, and have him say, yes, that's real, that's him. They wouldn't accept any of those things that I just mentioned. They wouldn't accept anything. Letters from solicitors, notary public, they said no to it all. Bastards. That time I missed my mouth. I wasn't just dripping off because of my tash. I literally missed. Oh, who was that? Someone said they've got beers as well. Everybody should have beers. It's Friday night. I don't know where this has jumped to. Oh, Chippy's mum says hello. Hope she's doing well, mate. At what time was that at? 23:02. I don't know how far behind I am. Only 8 minutes. That's not bad by my standards. Although I am working backwards at the minute. Farage's stance on working class people is what Tony was referring to. Well, he used to portray himself as a down-to-earth. I mean, I've seen shots of him, like drinking a pint of bitter, proper beer in a bar. Now, whether that's, I mean, I know you do, because we've all seen the politicians do this, haven't we? Who was the Prime Minister who went to a bar and his security tried to push the landlord out? There was some kind of confusion or something, and the was it Cameron? Oh, I'm not sure. They all do that, and it's like Matey Boy, the guy who wanted to be he was the Labour leader, wasn't he? With the bacon sandwich. Wasn't the guy Jewish? But he wanted to appear down to earth, so he's in a bar or a cafe eating eating a bacon butty, but the look on his face, the look of kind of disgust and discomfort and not knowing how to eat it or maybe whether he should be eating it. Yeah, they all like to try and do that appear down to earth thing. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm not sure where Farage is with that. Chippy has beers. I have beers before, and then it jumped. I thought I did well with Rob's one there when I worked out where he was going with frangibleized. Frangible's a lovely word. Go back roadway or train, you get home. There's still passport control once you leave France, isn't there? I guess you could go further around, round to right round to like a Norway or Sweden. Denmark, maybe? No. I'm not sure. Okay. Pissy Patel, I guess that's pretty. She wasn't very. I remember when Priti Patel walked into a jogger and he got arrested. Double standards. It's become two-tier and yeah. How's the meds working with Tina? Asks Terry. Oh, it's okay, babe. It's okay. It's just a fly zapper. It's okay. It's okay. You're okay, babe. Don't panic. I know you don't understand it and don't like it. It's okay, baby. It's okay. I just woke her up. It's not just that it went bang. She was asleep. The meds don't seem to be making any difference, I'm afraid. There was a guy out there that I've been talking with in the past, and he sent me a couple of messages strongly refuting that they could have diagnosed what she diagnosed without X-rays and proper like proper more in-depth investigations. And the fact that the vet kind of suggested that if there's no improvement in 30 days, we might have to look at I can't remember how she put it, but like more grave options. She basically seemed to be hinting that if there's no improvement in 30 days, we'll have to look at putting her down, which there's no way I'm doing. There's not a hint of pain in her. She scampers around. She's bum shuffling, but she will scamper around and kind of run after when friends come to visit. There's no stopping her. There's no holding her back. Literally, sometimes no holding her back. There's no sign of pain. If she was in pain, she would be reluctant to move around as much. And when I've got a belt slung under her waist, and I wrap it around my hand a couple of times, and I lift the back end either off the ground or let her walk along, which she's doing less and less. But she's fine. There's no whimpering. Not once have I ever caused her to let out any kind of yelp or I maybe trod on her foot at some point or something. You know what I mean? We do trip up over each other occasionally, and that's both ways. Which is really clever. She understands the difference between something deliberate and something accidental. She understands accidents because she makes them herself. She has them herself. But no, there's no way that I'm putting her down in a few weeks over this. If the tablet thing doesn't work, and if the vets and the animal charity don't want to go any further with it, then we're back to buying the wheels. We'll get a set of wheels for her back and go from there. The longer we leave that, the more difficult it kind of gets, because I'm eating into the finances a bit. But then that's down to me not being online as much and not getting the donations, isn't it? I haven't been doing enough. I haven't done videos and proper TrampCasts. I'm only doing one of these a week at the minute from the looks of it, these TrampCast Hangouts. If I'm not doing my part and kind of entertaining people, or e-begging, however you want to look at it, if I'm not out here presenting, then I'm not going to be bringing the cash in, am I? I think I've still got enough just about. If I did lend some to somebody and I need that to come back, but on the assumption that that comes back, I will still just about have enough to do the wheels thing. But that's what it's looking like. I haven't seen any signs of any improvement, and it's been 2 weeks now. So yeah, I don't know. But I have got this guy, what called Alan, telling me that that there's no way that this could have been diagnosed just with a quick feel. I don't know. It's not my field, I'm not an expert, it's my first dog. She's the vet, I'm not. I don't know. I maybe could do more research and read up on it. Look for, what do they call them? The factors that would point in a different direction. Contra indicators. Maybe there's something else that gets diagnosed as this, but that isn't that. I don't know. Any headway on the wheels? The wheels are kind of the wheels were or are kind of on hold, because I was hoping that we might, see an actual improvement. Maybe somebody else told me that a dog got treatment and it was like miraculous. Let me just check I've gone back enough. Oh, fuck off. No, too late. Give us a minute, guys. This fucking Russian. Tina, no. Tina, stay. Tina, stay. Stay here. Stay. Hold on. What are you doing? Tina, get out the way. Tina, stay. What are you doing? No, way too late. See? Get back inside, darling. Get inside. In. Go. Now I've got to get you back up on the fucking bed. Why didn't you just stay where I put you? Oh, good girl. Cheeky fucking bastard. Oh, shit. Okay. No harm done, I don't think. If Farmer was here, he'd be complaining about the light. Did my glass survive? The glass survived. Oh, we knocked one of the cans over. Sorry, folks. It's fucking... I mentioned on Sunday that this Russian bloke had started coming around, and what time is it now? It must be nearly midnight, yeah? And nearly 11:30. And he's like, just a coffee. It's my gas every fucking time. As far as I can tell, it's my water as well nowadays. He was coming along with the pot with it already with water in. Now I think he's just taking my water. And he wants to borrow my lighter all the time. The other day he asked if he could take the lighter away, just for the day. I'm like, what the fuck? Now I'm here doing this and he's like, coffee. Like I said, he wants to make a, I don't know what type it is. That octagonal base with the water in, and it goes up through the filter and evaporates and lands in the top. Fairly strong stuff, I think, yeah? 11:30, and he's wanting me to come out and lend him my lighter so that he can use my gas and my water to make himself a cup of fucking coffee. Fucking no. I don't want to be a cunt. I wouldn't begrudge somebody like a cup of water but twice a day and nearly midnight. I don't know. What are you guys saying? I don't know how far I don't know where I am with chat. I'm going to go right to the bottom. I'll work my way back after. Some vets do not value their patients, said she. I've never met one that does. The vet that I would say was our vet, that won't see her without money, never had any connection with Tina at all, with any animal as far as I can tell. She's a cold fish, and it's a money thing, it's a business thing. This one that came out the other day came out because a charity was paying her, so she wasn't volunteering anything. I had no idea whether she was giving him a discount or not. I would imagine not. Or someone outside. They were, yeah. There's a Russian bloke started coming around and using my gas and water and my lighter. Half past 11 at night, nearly. Let's have a look back. Get a second opinion. Beggars can't be choosers though, can they? Well, not often. I mean, I can have a word with the charity and see what they say. I might have to see out this initial course of treatment. She gave me a month's worth of tablets. But there aren't that many animal charities here that will help. I've said before, there are some animal charities that we've contacted that were Spanish only, or other ones where you've got to have all your documentation, and like I said, I never did that, did I? Much to my own chagrin, you know. I know why I didn't. I thought it was not valid, but I understand why I didn't and why I hesitated at the time, and then how that hesitation leads on into knock-on effects. We've discussed that in the past, I'm sure. Mr. S is back. He says, sad to hear Tina's not getting better so far. Yeah, there's no... I was hoping, like, 3 or 4 days. I gave a double dose for the first 2 days, whatever, just hoping that might spur on, like, a faster recovery, a miracle recovery, or whatever you might want to call it. That hasn't happened. We're 2 weeks in now, and there's no sign of anything better. Mushroom soup for your enemies. That's a reference to the Australian woman, yeah. Ed Miliband, that was him. Was I right that he was Jewish? I think he was. I'm not a big, I was totally blind to, do you remember, was that might have been Spitting Image as well way back. They did a joke about how the government had been taken over by foreigners, and it sounded like they were going with the Jew thing. Um, and it ended up being that they were half the cabinet was Scottish. Um, that must be a long time ago. I'm not. I was oblivious to the fact that like names like Jacobson and Goldstein and I until I was about 30, literally, I had no clue. Um, so I'm not a big one for that. It was just the eating bacon thing. Um, because bacon's, I haven't got the vocabulary again. Haram is Muslims not allowed, isn't it? I can't remember what. It's not kosher. I don't know if there's a better word than not kosher. But yeah, bacon's not generally allowed. Possibly because pigs eat people, and therefore you could be doing cannibalism by the back door. Also, meats go off in the Middle East, which certain meats go off more quickly than others, I guess. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure on why bacon isn't allowed. I think it's because pigs eat people, and therefore you could be eating. It could be cannibalism by the back door. That's my preferred theory on that. Do I need to go back anymore? Lots of politic talk. Yeah, like we've moved on. So if I scroll back, because now we're talking dogs, and well, now we'll be talking about Jews, I guess, because I just did that. So Tony says was on a stream before, and apparently Northern Ireland have reverted back to having men patrol the streets and neighbourhoods as a deterrent against misbehaving migrants. Thomas said something about sticking to liberty caps. It's all we have here. I've no idea who or what a liberty cap is. I haven't got context there. Like when they did during the Troubles, yeah, Northern Ireland, yeah. Yeah, the question is if you're going to go kind of towards patrolling and you're bordering on vigilantism, your question is what do you do once you see somebody doing something wrong? Deterrent, yeah, great. But what if they turn a corner and see someone doing something wrong? Are we reverting to like kneecapping and or are people going to disappear? Like make them dig their own grave and let's not go like too far out of hand. There was Mistress saying, sorry, Tina's not getting any better. Appreciate that, my friend. They have elders who've experienced being organising patrols. Yeah, it's only a generation ago, isn't it? Sherry's asking how much I need for wheels. Most sets that we were looking at, it's been a couple of weeks since I looked. There was uncertainty because judging quality and also where we live, we need like rough terrain wheels. We little silly little office wheels kind of thing are not gonna cut it. We're not on a flat polished floor. You know, we're in a field with rocks and things. I think 200 to 250 euros was the benchmark, not benchmark, ballpark, for where we ended up. I mean, I started off looking at Temu ones that were like 35 euros, but for littler dogs, Tina's a medium-sized dog, what I would call a dog-sized dog. Um, she's not German Shepherd big, but she's not Chihuahua small. You know, she's dog-sized. So that you've got the size of the dog, you've got how adjustable the frame is, the size and chunkiness of the wheels, and then how adjustable the harness is. And this seemed to be a sticking point for me with a lot of them. Kept reading comments of people saying that they had to cut away half the harness so that the dog can do its doings. Otherwise, you've got leather or straps or whatever right up the wazoo and right in the way. It's one of those things, really, that you could do with the vet's help with to size and adjust and make sure you get the right thing. Maybe when the 30 days are up and I you know, maybe that's something I ask the animal charity about. But we've got. I had enough money. Like I said, I've lent some of it out to somebody. Should come back. I think they're fairly trustworthy. I have been. Once the money's there in the PayPal account, I do live out of the PayPal account. If I'd bought them sooner, while the money was definitely there, it would have been sorted. But I thought we had another way forward, darling. Hey, I thought we had another way forward. Looks like we're going back to plan B. Well, back to plan A, I guess. Hey, babe. Oh, that's a nice cuddle. Thank you. Thanks for the cuddle, babe. Yeah. Okay, folks. So, has chat frozen or did you all stop talking to me? This is more pleasant talking about helping from Chippy. That was the last comment I've got. Might be that... No, look, it had frozen on me. Let's... How far back do I have to go to that comment? Yeah, I guess I took us off into... Good job we didn't have a lobster sandwich. You're only allowed... What is it? You're only allowed the fruits of the sea or rivers that have fins or scales. Which is why a beaver is allowed to be eaten on a Friday. It's classed as a fish. Halal. Where did I get haram? What's haram? Haram is when it's not allowed, yeah? When it's not halal, maybe. Or maybe I'm just spitting out wrong words. Tell him your lighter's out and to ask to borrow his next. He came along one day smoking, and he had a lighter, and then the next day he didn't. He's taking the piss. Yeah. What's that meteor that's supposed to be coming in November? No, it's not this year. The one that's going to hit the moon. Is that the one? The big one? That was being calculated to hit Earth and then... Well, it was calculated to come close to Earth's trajectory or to Earth's orbit. But it's missing. But now they think it might hit the moon. That's not yet, is it? That's a while off. Isn't it? Half 12. Are you an hour ahead of us? I'm showing 23:37. Unless my phone's reverted to a different time zone. Okay, I'm back to the regular patrols. Okay, working forward. Thomas Erickson said half 12. You're in Norway, yeah? I thought you were the same time zone as us. Are you +1, like Finland? I didn't think you were. Chippy is explaining, he hopes he's explained his pro-immigration stance. That's all right. As long as we all don't fall out, we're all good. What's this meteor that's supposed to be coming in November, asks John. I've heard a few things. There's a false rumour going around about an eclipse this year, but that's 2 years away. Well, there was supposed to be a meteor shower a couple of days ago, wasn't there? In fact, two separate meteor showers coinciding. That's not how you spell year. That can't be true. When to see Halley's Comet in 2025? You're off by... That's not, is it? Okay, Earth crosses the path of Halley's Comet, which is what the meteor showers are. Yeah. What do I need to look at? Meteor hitting Earth this year. I haven't heard of one. Where's Jack Attack when you need him? My personal researcher and fact checker. There are no confirmed or highly probable meteor or asteroid impacts on Earth this year. That's what I thought. You've got the one that's called 2024 YR4. That's the one that had a small chance of impacting Earth in 2032. That's 7 years ago. 7 years' time. Well, that's the one that might impact the moon, but that's in 7 years. Okay, we've dispelled that rumour. He's taking the piss. Okay, see, I went off for half an hour. I didn't see that. Oh, you're taking the piss. You're talking about our Russian friend. Oh, Farmer's just arriving. You missed it when the light attacked me. Well, it ran away. It jumped down onto the floor. Oh, look at this. It's jumping again. There was Farmer. Hello, everybody, everywhere. Everyone, everybody, everywhere. Oh, you were on travels, weren't you? Oh, yeah, okay. I've heard this before, Thomas. At like 11:30, as we would call it in Britain, 11:30, some countries will say that that's 12:30. It's 30 minutes to 12, but they say it different. I believe I have heard this before. Oh! Yeah, 12:30, meaning half an hour to 12. I get you. Was that a... Oh, no! Oh, that was too much, my friend. Cherry. I've got to be careful how I close that back up. Wow, thank you. You say to start an appeal for Tina's wheels. We did kind of do that once before. Like I said, I've been kind of, well, I kind of eaten into it a little bit. We'll get there, my friend. We'll get there. Thank you. That's incredible. Hey, babe. You gonna come and say hello? Now that you're here. I'm still kind of... Oh, okay, that's almost a nice cuddle. Let's see whether I can show people that. Right, so I won't put the light on. Stay where you are. Oh, you are a black mat in the night, aren't you? There she is. Here's her head. She was just resting it on my knee, on my leg. She's just gone the other way. See whether I can make it... See whether we'll tolerate the light. Oh! Here we go, babe. No, you're looking away now, aren't you, because of the light? I'm sorry. I just like to show you off to our friends. When we talk to the peoples. We have to show them a Tina. And legs for the pervs. Feet. They are a bit salty and a little bit dirty as well, aren't they? I did get a full wash today, but I then put my feet inside my shoes. Kind of defeats the object, but here we go. Let me check where I am for power, folks. I don't want it to drop too far. We're down to 50 odd. Let's plug back in. Do tell me if we get any crackling or if the audio's bad. Nobody's mentioned anything. But then you didn't tell me about when I'd left the fan on too long. Hey, babe. Oh yeah, where am I? I didn't finish my coffee, did I? Oops. That was a little bit cold in the end. Let's get the next one down, ready? Oh! You see, that's what matey boy should do. If he wants to drink a coffee at fucking 11:30 at night, he should make it at 9:30. Like a real man, and keep it in an insulated cup or a flask. Oh. Keep the beer away from the light. I failed at that one, my friend. Let me see if I can show you. There's 3 beers waiting. And the light is currently on top of a glass, which is a little bit precarious. Normally I would... In fact, it did start off on top of the cans. That's right. It knocked one of the cans over when it fell. And I've put it back in the wrong place, haven't I? How did that affect the lighting? How... It's not that it affects the lighting, it affects how well I can read the screen. With the light directly behind the phone, I struggle to read it more. Although I did turn the brightness up on the phone itself tonight, just to help with that. Okay, folks, so look at that. We've hit 19 thumbs up and I didn't even realise. Anybody else out there? Come on, I'm about to do a cheers to the people that have hit thumbs up. So, if any of you guys out there haven't yet done the thing and you want to be included in the cheers, then please do so. Thank you very much, whoever that was. Any more for any more? The record is 37, I believe, while live. 37 thumbs ups. But, okay, folks, cheers to everyone who's hit the thumbs up so far tonight. Good on you. It's a little thing. Thank you, another one. It's a little thing, doesn't cost you anything, but apparently, allegedly, helps with the algorithm. Sends a little signal to YouTube that people are here, people are watching, people are enjoying or being entertained, or I don't know whether you'd call it entertained. You're involved somehow, and it just sends them that little signal. And if you hit certain milestones, they will increase how much they're putting out notifications about the stream. So it's a little thing, but it does help. I'm told. I mean, I'm not a big expert on the algorithm. I used to be a bit of an expert on search engine optimization back with websites back, what, 20 years ago, 15 years ago. But that will have all changed now. But optimizing YouTube isn't. I don't think it's a game worth playing. Like a lot like SEO, you do certain basics. You put the right keywords in the right place, and set up some hashtags, and use the right. Try and drop some keywords in the title and description. You do the basics, and you leave the rest to the algorithm. If you chase after fine tuning and trying to eke every bit out of the algorithm, then one day the algorithm changes, and you're nowhere. You're too far off to one side. Whereas if you just stayed in the middle with just nicely optimized, just decently optimized set of keywords. I don't even know what keywords I optimized for. Torrevieja, tramp, homeless, a couple of Spanish ones, sin hogar and sin teco, which are two variations of homeless. I stick the Delta Mike and Delta Mike Torrevieja names in the keywords as well sometimes. Torrevieja 2025, just because. And then combinations thereof. Torrevieja homeless, homeless in Torrevieja. Just a few of those. And if the video has a specific topic, like if I'm doing a sunrise on the cliffs, then some words to do with that. But I don't overly chase the algorithm. I don't overly optimize. It ends up a bit of a fool's errand in the end if you overdo it. In my humble opinion, having other people link to you and talk about you and mention you is more beneficial. Oh, where's this? 12 quid for a bottle of beer when you went. Is this? Hold on. So you're talking about? Was it Ibiza? Somebody was talking about something before. Was that you? See, I think I've missed some chat. I did used to call her Tina T, explaining to Spanish that the name is Tina, not China, because I don't think Tina seems to exist here. They don't get it, and I guess I don't always pronounce, because I haven't got any teeth. I don't always pronounce some words like that with T's and S's as clearly as I might. So I would say Tina, como la cantadora, Tina Turner. Like the singer, Tina Turner. And then, that kind of thing. Also, she's black. Did I just get racist again? You see how close that light is? It was 5 inches away 5 minutes ago. There we go, here with the cheerses. Salute and forcer al canut. Health and force, strength. To the dog, canut, canine. Is that? Did we just go Italian? We may have, or we may still be Spanish, but no. Where's the fork? That could even be Portuguese, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, PayPal. Well, this is a big story at the minute, isn't it? Payment processors getting involved in deciding what they will accept payments for and what they won't. Huge story at the minute, um, in gaming and computer circles especially. But I've seen it also in comics and other things. What are the so Mastercard, Visa, PayPal, um, deciding what you can accept payments for. So Steam, the online gaming store and software launcher, removed literally thousands of games because Visa and Mastercard said, "Oh, you can't have that." Now they had some adult games, at the end of the game, the lady ends up naked or whatever. They had a couple that involved incest, but it's a game, it's not real. Uh, Now, it's not something I would play, but it's not illegal to have a game of that. Obviously, incest is illegal, but to play a game where that's the goal, I don't know why anybody would play that, but it's like free speech, isn't it? You fight for their right to have it as long as it's not an illegal thing. Why is a payment processor dictating to an online store what they may or may not sell? Obviously, don't sell illegal products, but even that shouldn't be for the payment processors to dictate. That's a legal thing. That's a police matter if you start selling stuff that's illegal. Um, but yeah, they started dictating. They got to the point where they're removing horror games, like yeah, you'd label them as an 18 because they're horror. Maybe they're gory or something. But yeah, payment processors sticking their nose in and using their personal, if you like. Personal's a bit of a strange term for a business, but sticking their own politics into decisions about what can be bought in someone else's online store. Get the fuck out of it. So that's been a huge story this week, and I've seen it previously with Comicsgate, which is a bunch of comic producers, um, with not in well, partly with Indiegogo, but the other one, the bigger one, Kickstarter, and Indiegogo are very much sticking their noses into the politics of who's selling what and who's buying what. You're a payment gateway. You should be like a utility. Your electric company doesn't get to turn your electricity off just because you voted the wrong way, in their view. Um, that's bullshit. And yeah, PayPal have been terrible for it over the years. Patreon, if that's how you pronounce it, they were like that for a while. Yeah. And then you had the fuss with the Canadian government, the truckers, and not Gift Send Go, the other one. Gift Send Go is the one they went to afterwards. What's the other one where you donate? I can't remember the bloody name. One of you guys will have it. Yeah, I'm not a fan of like when PayPal and stuff get involved in stuff like that. But I'm a guy living in a field that needed to accept money, and people told me get PayPal. You have got these other options now, but I don't know enough people who have what's the other one called? Rev Ren Remitly. GoFundMe, that's the other donation one. Thank you. Yeah, the Canadian government got involved in freezing bank accounts of anybody who tried to send, not just freezing the GoFundMe account, but they backtracked for anyone who donated and tried freezing their bank accounts and the bank accounts of all of the lorry drivers, and that was a whole clusterfuck. Um, Probably total overreach and totally illegal. Mr. S is off to bed. Venmo, that's another one of these more recent ones. Yeah, yeah. Venmo. The Remitly one I only see advertised with Indian characters. Somebody wants to send her mum some money so she can buy a pair of shoes, or her parents are going to be going without if she doesn't send them 20 quid. Mistress is in the Netherlands, if I remember correctly. Thank you for stopping by, Mr. S. Twice. You've been here twice tonight, I believe. No, I don't know what this is with chat scrolling it randomly, jumping randomly. Do beer cans float? That's an interesting question. I would have thought not. You've got all the liquid, which is basically water, plus you've got sugars, and then the carbon dioxide is adding weight. People think that the carbon dioxide will make it float, but you're adding extra mass in. So assuming that they're fairly full and you haven't got a bunch of air or whatever at the top, I would have thought they'd sink, but I don't remember ever putting cans of beer into water. Interesting question. Now they would float in salt water, probably. They would float in salt water. Can't notice purse or wallet. Really? Didn't know that word. Did we qualify what language? I'm gonna have to scroll back to see. It won't let me. I get so far back. 2 or 3 pull downs on the reconnecting. You are live. Where's Jack Attack to tell me it was 0.3 of a second that I was disconnected? I don't know where I am with chat, folks. I'm gonna tomorrow when I watch this back, if I watch it back tomorrow. Yeah, I would have thought they'd sink, yeah, because you've got the liquid and the carbon dioxide. But even though you're kind of joking, I'm still going to do the test. I'm still thinking seawater they'd float. Okay, I got those parts. Why is that gone dark? Catalan. Oh, as if you had a raft made of... Oh, look at that. If you had a raft made from full cans, you'd be dipping into them, wouldn't you? Yeah, okay. I would anyway. Tina, you're lying on my leg. That's a lovely cuddle, darling. Oh, I've disturbed you and made you move. No, I was enjoying that cuddle. Do that some more. Except I did need to just move my leg a bit, but do it now. Yes, yes. Put your head back here. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Rest your head. It was a lovely cuddle, darling. I was a little bit uncomfortable and needed to move my leg. I like it when you get those random cuddles. She just rested her chin on my, just under my knee. But I needed to move my leg a little bit. You gotta die of something. Oh, is she just saying something like that? Who was it? A guy quoted a line from, I think it's from Game of Thrones. He just posted on Twitter, "All men must die," meaning everybody dies. No, they took it as like an attack, like not misogyny, the other one, misandry. They took it as like a threat that men must die. It's like, fuck, Twitter. That was before Elon took over, back when Twitter was probably at its worst. But it depends where you're heading. 4x will take you to Australia. Where'd that? Has it jumped up? No, it's just added a load of chat that oh no, it hasn't. Not many. 4x will take you to Australia, whiskey to Scotland, vodka to Russia. Be careful what you choose to build that raft out of. Can we have prayers and cheers for B is for build? Oh, where did it jump now? It jumped right back up. B is for build. He has cancer. I'm not aware of the phenomena. B is for build, but best wishes and oh god, speedy recovery doesn't sound right, does it? What can you say, folks, with things like this? All you can say is F cancer. Fuck cancer. Cheers. Cheers and best wishes. B is for build. Is this a YouTube channel or a streamer on a different platform? If you float on Skull, it will take you to England. Skull Super. Was Skull the one that's like 2.8%? Am I remembering the right one? Skull was sold as like a session beer in the supermarket or whatever. But it was only a session beer because you could drink it forever and not get drunk. 2.8%. Does that even count as a beer? You know they can be off by a full percentage point on the alcohol content. There could be as little as 1.8% in that. Which would almost overlap with Bar's shandy that gets sold in the shop to the kids on the way to school, which is listed as 1%, so it could have up to 2% in it. Oh, where's the bin? There's the bin. Chat's gone away. What other beers are British? Surely we have loads. We've got all of the proper real beers. Tetley's, Boddington's. Hey, babe. Stones, Tetleys, Boddingtons, John Smiths, Theakston's, Old Peculiar. Courage, if you're down south and you like a yellow bitter. I guess you'd call it a blonde. After a while I didn't have the courage to keep drinking it. Yerbus. Yeah, don't pronounce the H. Yerbus. Isn't that grass? Doesn't that translate as grass? There's two words that I mix up. There's grass and there's kettle, which are along those lines. Karen was cheersing. Okay. Okay, speedy recovery is good. You never know. I mean, especially when you just hear that somebody's receiving treatment. You don't know what stage and what. Okay, 2.8 is your normal skull. 9.2 is the super. Hello, Miami Rose. If I never know whether I did pronounce that right. Someone on YouTube. Okay, I'll have a look at that either later tonight or tomorrow. Rudgate's Nutty Cloud. That almost sounds rude. Madry is the old Carling. They got fucked with the 0.5% rule. Is it 0.5, not 1, that you can vary? Do weights and measures or who would be the ones checking that? What do you mean chat's gone away like in protest? Yeah. Just the mechanism on here. Just if I don't touch this now for like 5, it's going, gone. Chat just goes. And sometimes I can just put my finger back on it and it's still where it was. And other times I have to do the gizmo at the bottom to force it back and it takes me to the bottom. So if I've scrolled back a ways, we'll jump to the bottom, then I've got to scroll again. Excuse me. Was that a burp or a hiccup? I don't know what that was, folks. I think it might have been both. I got the hiccups. Oh, Rob. I had some beer in Germany once that was about 19%. I split my head open. Have I told this one about, I think I did, me in, I was in Holland, Netherlands, Kerkrade, down on the southern border, more or less. And we went to this ski slope, an indoor ski slope. Proper cold thing with ice and all, you know, not just one of those with a coconut mat thing. But I just stayed in the bar. I had no interest in skiing. I've never been skiing. I would have made an idiot of myself. This was all those middle class wonks that have been skiing as a kid. It's not something that we did in Yorkshire. Barnsley lads don't go skiing on school trips. But while I was in the bar there, we started drinking this white beer, and I had no idea what strength it was. Someone told me afterwards it was about 11%, and it wasn't affecting me, and it wasn't affecting me, and it wasn't affecting me, and then I was gone. No injuries, fortunately. I just embarrassed myself. My false teeth that I wore at the time, we were out a long. It'd been a long day. I think it was the day that we'd arrived. I'd travelled down, so I'd put my teeth in at like 4 o'clock in the fucking morning. Had them in all day. We've had a meal, and then we've gone out and just like you know, 19 hours after you put your false teeth in, you've still got the bastard things in. So I'd taken them out at some point, and I'd intended to put them in my pocket, and then like snoozed in this chair in the hotel lobby. And there's a gang of us sat there, and we're all talking. And I wake up with a start, and I'm hearing this rattle on the floor, and I look, and it's my fucking teeth just rattling across the floor. Falling asleep with them in my hand, and there they are across the floor. Yeah. So when people did write-ups about the like the convention that we'd been to, um, it made the highlights. It made the notes that everybody was reading about. Not one of my finest moments, but you got to have stories to tell, haven't you, folks? You got to have a tale to tell at the end of your life. But splitting your head open's a little bit extreme, Rob. Ah, Italy, Peroni and Moretti. Are we still naming beers? What was that Miami Rose saying hi? Hello. I don't know whether this comment's before or after I already answered. Theakston's is top notch, yeah. All of them, they do. There's a whole line of them, but all peculiar was that was the strong one, the so-called winter warmer. Okay, I'm back to chat's going away. Bass, yeah, okay. Farmer says herb. And we're just arguing about the spelling of Skull is like making love on a yacht, close to water. Stella Artois. That's got to be French, hasn't it, from the name? Reassuringly expensive. San Miguel in Spain, yeah. We also have Cruzcampo. Oh, come on, I was moving some bags around. What? A couple of days ago, maybe 3 days ago, I'm not sure. Moving some bags around. You know, I've said about how I end up with these half empty, where people have dropped off a bag of food, and then you eat half, and then you're left. I was unifying stuff and moving stuff about, and I pick up this bag, and there's 6 cans of beer in the bottom. That was nice. I can't remember what they were. They were a Spanish brand, but I can't remember. See, I don't normally get to drink the brands. I get the supermarket cheap stuff. Oh, they should be easy, but yeah, but I can never remember. I never remember the names of beers here. It's now all made in a windowless warehouse next to the M6 in Warrington. R Warrington. We're back with the rugby commentator, up and under. Oh, I talked about him the other day, and now I can't get Eddie Waring. Eddie Waring. You've got to have your beer availability straight and sorted out before you can go through life, yeah? Robinson's Old Tom was a proper winter beverage. Not aware of the phenomena. Robinson's. The only Robinson's drinks I know are the barley stuff. What's that called? The cordial. I'm guessing that's not where you're going. Robinson's barley water and whatever else that they do around Wimbledon. Oh, Tony, you've screwed up. Fancy talking about beer like this and having none in the fridge. Not good. I haven't got any in the fridge, but I have some to hand. A little bit warm. Yeah, most beers are warm. So I'm going past on one of those scooters. Which you wouldn't think they would do. It's a very, very rocky road. They must be doing the scooter damage by doing it. Maybe they're doing it on those rental ones, those hoppy. I think they're called hoppy. The green ones over here. Yeah, but Tony's not having beer. Friday night as well, isn't it? What are you doing? Okay. Yerbas in Ibiza made from loads of herbs. Many different secret herbs are used. Very sweet and usually neck like it's shot. So like Jägermeister or what's the wine in England? Buckfast. I always want to say Buckminster, but that's my Fullerenes again, isn't it? That's my buckyballs. Buckfast. That's a wine with lots of herbs and almost cough medicine-y. Yeah, Miami Rose, yeah. How much do I pay at the minute for beers? Hold on. Oh, I'm paying over the odds because I have to get them from the Chino Bazaar. The last time I had any, they were about 30 cents in Mercadona, 30 cents a can. 360 something for 24. That might be just under 30. 29 maybe. 24 times 30. I can't think. No, 12. They're coming 12 packs, don't they? 12 times 30. That'd be 360. What am I on about? Yeah, they come in 12 packs mainly. Unless you go to Carrefour. Carrefour's the only place I've seen 24 packs. And it's not somewhere that I shop. That's miles away. But yeah, I remember. It doesn't seem like too long ago. A couple of years ago, they were 22 cents a can. It's still cheap. Don't get me wrong. Well, it would be if I could get to a supermarket and get them, or if I had friends over here to get them for me. Is Karen still here? There she is. Yeah, yeah. Estrella, Mao. Yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah, yeah. 6 cans of beer by the lamp. Cans of beer. The lamp jumped down and took 3 cans of beer. You're singing like 12. What's it called? Bottles of what? Yeah, 10 bottles of beer on the wall. I wonder when you were saying 6 cans of beer, I'm looking around thinking, I haven't got 6 here, have I? No, the lamp is sat on top of the 3 beers though now. Although I might be about to remove one of the beers because I finished mine a little while ago, didn't I? Wait. Still cheap then, yeah, compared to most countries. I mean, like my mate Ismo, the Scandinavians, when the Scandies go home and they're paying like bloody €9 a pint in the pub, even more in the airport. Yeah. I don't know how my mate Ismo affords beer when he's in Finland. Crazy numbers when they talk about it. Because it's all taxes and stuff, isn't it? It's all, yeah, bordering on politics again. Let's not go there. But yeah, they pay a hell of a lot for. Thomas is here. Thomas will tell us. He's in not well. He's I don't know if he's in Norway at the minute. He wasn't. He was on his travels once upon a time, if I'm remembering correctly. Rob said Yerbas is unique. There's something similar in Mallorca though. Still cheap, said Miami. It is. It is. Like I was just saying, compared to some other places, some other countries, like even the UK now. We was saying a while ago, £7 for a 4 pack down the off license, down the kind of the corner shop. £7 for a 4 pack. I don't know whether that was of a specific. That might have been big cans or a stronger beer. I don't know. It was before I left the UK. I was shocked when it went above £1 a can down the offie, down the off license. Where are you going, Tina? Are you okay? What do you need, sweetheart? You're looking disturbed. You need to go somewhere, or is it a drink of water? You're looking like you need water. Give us a second, folks. I just gotta get Tina down off the bed so she can get a drink of water. Go on, babe. Go on, I'll get you. Drink of water. Oh, water. Oh, are you trying to go outside? No, drink of water. There you go. Is there water in your bowl? There is. There's a little bit. I'll put some more in. Yes. Go on. Yes. Okay. Let me pour some more. You're okay, mate. You're okay. You're okay. Here we go. Whoa. Okay, babe. I look after you, see? That's what a daddy's for. Let me know when you're ready to come back up. Got these jobs to do, folks. Got these jobs to do. She was perched on the edge of the bed looking like she wanted something. But we're only oh, you can't see that, can you? We're only 1.5 foot off the ground. But she needs help getting up and down from it. Hey, babe. Where was I, folks? Where was I? I can't remember. We were talking about beers, 99 bottles of beer on the wall. That is indeed the name of the song. I don't know why I went with 10. Brain fart. Estrella. Oh, it's jumped. Don't do that. Where are we? You can get 12 packs. Of 0.33. Oh, 0.33 litres, 33 centilitres. I'm with you. 12 packs sold in. Okay, or 6 packs of 500 ml, ranging from 190 to 260 Norwegian kroner. You got about what, 10 kroner of the pound? So 19 to 25 pounds. Oh, there you go. You've a little bit less, 15 to 20 pounds maybe. Maybe the division by 10 is to get euros. Yeah, okay. So 6 packs for £15. A 6-pack for £15. That's not cheap, is it? Must be overheated. I think it's just that she ate. Oh, are you trying to go out now? Or are you just sitting down? What are we doing? What's that noise? Okay, I'm with you. That's okay, babe. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's the heat. She's just sat down on the plastic in front of the door. The door that she broke, you know, the zip. I thought she was trying to get out of it. I always leave that bottom 9 inches or the bottom foot of it open so that she can get in. If I was asleep and she really needed the loo, you know what I mean, let her go in and do. Except now she's broken the door. Or the zip around the door. Well, she's tore the tent. Let's not put too fine a point on it. But yeah, maybe overheated. In summer, she doesn't normally like to be on the bed. I've said that before. But this fly swatter, I keep wanting to say fly squatter. I don't know why. But maybe that when the flies hit it and you get that snap, crackle, pop, she hates that, and so she's frightened, and it happened before, so I got her up on here. But yeah, I think she's over warm when she is up on here. That's why I had the fan on when we started the TrampCast Hangout. America and alcohol are kind of strange. Hold on. Farmers Canada. You're in Canada at the minute. I know you move between the two, don't you? Are these Canadian dollars? Okay, because those are... I'm not going to say that. I wouldn't insult you with that. Hearing a dog drink water. Yeah, I mean, she ate a couple of hours before we started the TrampCast, so she's probably a little bit, well, she will have been thirsty. You got the heat issue and the fact that she was up on the bed, and she'd been a little bit frightened by the fly swatter. Had to think about it again, a fly swatter. So when she's frightened, she pants and loses moisture through panting. So yeah, she will have been a little bit thirsty. But it's okay, I worked out what she wanted. Sometimes she's no good at communicating to me what she wants or needs. Sometimes in the night, I'm left guessing, oh, is it water? And I'll put water out and she doesn't want it. And then she'll head for the door. And I'm like, oh, you need a walkies. I'll take her for a fair-sized walk and she'll do nothing. And then I'll just come back fucking annoyed that I've had to get up at 5 in the morning and walk her and carry her around, carry the back end around. And then she does nothing. It can be a little bit frustrating, her lack of communication sometimes. She used to whimper to let me know that she needed something, like when she needed to go out. There was times like if she had a bad stomach or something, and so it wasn't in the normal routine of. She's normally pretty good at just going on routine on certain times of day. But she's not always letting me know nowadays. We've had an accident or two at times, but I do wish it would stop me scrolling. Let her go out, a late night emergency evacuation. I don't mind letting her out, but I have to pick her up and get her over the threshold. Otherwise, she's going to break the repairs that I did earlier today. It's not cheap, but beats going out and paying an arm and a leg. How much more expensive is it in a bar than, Thomas? A bar, pub, whatever you want to call them. Bar, pub, cafe. Yeah, okay, you cut your travel short after Amsterdam. The funds dried up. Okay, went up in smoke. I see. Going to continue further south after some concerts in September. Otherwise, save as much as possible. You do right, my friend. You do right. Oh, no. That's an interesting story, Tony. Camping out, see a fly, hack at it with a Swiss Army knife, chopped at it and slit the tent open. Oops. Yeah. Was that family? Was that you know, you are you on like a school trip or something, or is that with the family? Farmer, $40 for 24 case of Molson export, Canadian. Okay. Okay, Canadian dollars on 48. Our farmers reminding everybody: pound, smash, poke and press, push, punch, slap, kick, click the like button and subscribe. Don't subscribe until you've seen 3 or 4 of my videos. I might not be for you. Not everybody's cup of tea. Some people don't like the smell that wafts through the screen, apparently. What was that guy called? Somebody Green. Was it Graham Green? Fuck that guy. I scrolled right back to Tina and the water. There's Thomas continuing further south. Okay. €10 per beer. Would these be roughly pints or half a litre? Or are these like a canya? Are these more of a third of a litre? Thomas. €10 at least. And more on trains and planes and yeah, airports. Anywhere where you're a captive audience. Now we're all ribbing Thomas about his money going up in smoking Amsterdam. I still haven't opened that second beer, have I? I don't think I've taken a sip from this coffee yet either. That was surprisingly warm. We're coming up on 3 hours, so that makes it... Does that make it 1 o'clock here? Or is that 2:33? Oh, I can't... That's 33. 2.5 hours. 12:30-ish. Okay. So 3 hours since I made the coffee. Maybe a little less. I was a little bit late. Not as hot as it usually would be, I don't think. I didn't actually boil the water. I pulled it off the stove early. I was running late with my preparations. That's running down my beard. It's going to be under my chin in 5 minutes. €10, it better be a litre. Cheech and Chong, I haven't watched those since I was a kid. Cheech, didn't he... There's an American detective series that he's... Not an NCIS or something, I can't remember what. It might have been a Law and Order or something. It's a classic. I might have to go back and watch all those again. Oh, my Brighton. I did get your name last time. I'm sorry I haven't, it hasn't lodged. Tom's tried some truffles too and some other expensive stuff. On the move all the time. Usually a half litre, no pints. I mean, there's not that big a difference between a half litre and a pint. 500 mils versus 562. I think Jack Attack did correct me the other day on something. It was somewhere around there. What's 60 millilitres between friends? And it's jumped right to the bottom. No, it hasn't. Has it jumped backwards? It did. And again, and again. Truffles, yeah. It's not a joint, it's a toothpick. Tony, the tent disaster was in his mate's back garden. Fortunately, because it ripped instantly, we were all lying under the stars, about 10 kids all wondering what just happened. Max in Brighton. Thank you, my friend. I will try. I do sometimes, when I watch these back, I will add to a list that I was doing in the back of my book. I might add them to a list here. It only takes, you know what I mean? It only takes a month or so and I start remembering people's names. But then I think YouTube doesn't necessarily send out the notifications always, so some people disappear for a month or two, and I've just learnt their names and then I don't see them again. Or maybe they're lurking, because there's a lot more people here watching than are in chat. Come and join us, folks. Maybe you're new here and wondering what this is all about. Tina girl, Tina. It's about me and my dog. Tina girl. Hey. Calm down. Shh. Tina. Oi. That's enough. Stop. We've got people walking past. This is just a tramp and his dog. Almost literally. We're going to argue about the word tramp. It all gets explained in TrampCast 001. But a homeless guy, a homeless Englishman, trapped by kind of circumstance in Spain, and struggling to get by with a disabled dog, apparently. Probably caused by her being kicked by the police and Guardia Civil. It's the only major trauma I remember her receiving. Don't get me wrong, she's had the odd slap on the backside when she's done stuff wrong. And we've had the odd, I mentioned this earlier, we've had the odd kind of tripping up over each other at times. But I don't remember anything to the back of her spine in the area where the vet was pointing. So I saw her get kicked twice by the Guardia Civil and the Policia Local. They dragged me off to the cells, left the dog here. Who knows what happened while I was away? All we know is that they didn't catch the dog, and then they just abandoned her and left her in the field on a hot sunny day with no water. Just left her. So it's my story, me and my doggy, and my friends that I've picked up along the way here in a program called TrampCast. Now this is a TrampCast Hangout, a little bit less formal. This is just a hangout, just chatting with you guys. So the chat system on YouTube here is kind of central to these hangouts. So please do come and say hello. Let us know who you are, where you are, how the weather is, how's life, have you had a good week? Join in the conversation. As I said, this is kind of a spin-off from another show I do called TrampCast, which is a look at the events in a week in my life. which is a bit more structured, a little bit more formal in presentation. But this is just us. This is just us on a Friday night, chatting shit. Come and join us. Like Max in Brighton has. Saw him for the first time a couple of programs ago. Oh, I was watching or reading. I don't know why he's doing this. Thomas's last neighbourhood was awful. Constant break-ins in the cellar, smack dealers, etc. Would these be Norwegians or Swedish? Albanians was what I'm meaning. Norwegians or Albanians. I believe that's the predominant miscreants from your version of cultural enrichment. Thomas just packed and got out of there one day with his tent. Tony T asks, are you by the coast? Is that to me? Yeah, I'm about 150 meters away. Maybe 200 at a push. It depends. Probably less as the crow flies, but there's a little bit of jiggle to do to get there. Yeah, Torrevieja is on the coast, and I'm in a piece of wasteland. Well, that's not quite true. I'm on a piece of unutilized land, basically on a cliff top. There's a bunch of trees between me and the cliff tops, but yeah, close by. Farmer recommends CCTV as a way of subduing trouble, or at least letting people know that they might be trapped afterwards. Have you seen these kids now? Well, I say kids, these young men walking around with a balaclava on, an anorak, hood up, gloves, in the middle of summer in city centres in Britain. Summer, anorak, balaclava, hood up, gloves. That Charlie Veitch, however you want to pronounce him, goes around. He takes 2 bodyguards with him now because he keeps getting shit from them, and the bodyguard had to preemptively put someone down. The guy was coming at them aggressively. They'd already seen that he'd got a knife. His hand went to his pocket, so the bodyguard gave him a slap across the face, hard, and then a roundhouse kick to the chest, and put him on the deck. Fun to watch, but the thing was, there was a whole gang of these foreigners being aggressive and argumentative in the centre of town. I think this was Manchester where he put them, where the bodyguard had to put them down. Oh, look at that. Max from Brighton. Did I see fibromyalgia? Is that joints? That's a swelling and pain in joints, if I remember right. Do you use the sea for washing, bathing? No. My dog can't get down cliffs anymore. And I can't leave her. She, what's it called? Separation anxiety. You really can't leave her for more than 5 minutes. Whoa. Tina, it's okay. It's okay, babe. It's okay. Are you coming back up here? Are you coming back? Come here. Come on then. Yes. Come here. It's okay, babe. Come on. You're okay. Come on back up here. I got you covered. Come on. Oh, I got you. Oh, we all want you up. Here we go, babe. Okay. You on camera? I don't think you are, right? You should have been. It's okay, babe. I know it frightened you, but it's a good thing. It has massively reduced the amount of mosquito bites and just general annoyance from flies in the night. You ever get those flies? They'll land on your arm and you go for them, you miss, but then they'll land on your leg, and you go for them and they'll land on your bloody nose. They're annoying little bastards. Well, I'm not saying that I haven't had any mozzie bites, but it's down about 90%. You get about a tenth of what I was getting before. I have got fly spray as well now. I did go about a month without any. Such is life. But yeah. Thank you, Karen, if you're still there. No, the sea for washing and bathing. Also, it's a really rocky coast, rocky, stony. It's not easy to get out into the sea. You'd need to be wearing a pair of Crocs or something on your feet, and even then they're going to get cut up by the stones. I had a swim once in it after we'd had a try at fishing, but that didn't work either. The fishing didn't work. Yeah, it's tricky. I just don't get to. You got to climb down either steep hills or cliffs, and my doggy just can't. They're all over London and Brighton, in gangs in the city centre. Or cameras are. Maybe I'm coming on the end of a conversation. Billy Moore is worth a follow. Not aware of the phenomena, but I'll make a note tomorrow and have a look. An issue right across the continent, boiling point can't be far off. I've been saying the same myself for a while, that I don't know if you know, there was a bloke in Britain in the 50s called Enoch Powell, made a famous speech about how immigration could lead to rivers of blood, which is it's a callback to a Roman story, but he was predicting trouble a generation or two down the line. I don't think he was saying that trouble was going to happen there and then, but the way things have happened now. See, I think that initial wave of immigration, certainly that Britain had in the 50s and 60s, I think that's settled down now. A lot of the Afro-Caribbean people that came across, you're a generation or two in, and a lot of the Indians settled. They started their businesses, corner shops, had families, Indian restaurants and all of that. But the more recent influx is reaching a real. It's too much, too fast, with too little integration, and too much of a piss take for most people's liking. They come in and they get an iPhone. They get a choice of an iPhone or a top-of-the-range Samsung. I shouldn't complain. I'm on a top-of-the-range Samsung, but not from any government support. couple of nights ago, I thought I had movement in the tent again. I actually took, last night I took, was it last night or the night before? I took 2 of my mouse traps out of storage, and I've got them out of Tina's way, but in areas where I thought I heard movement. It might have been outside. It might have been something under the tent or rustling against the tent on the outside, but it sounded like it could have been inside, either over in this corner of the bedroom or just outside the bedroom in the other part of the tent. And I just thought I heard movement again. Where was I, folks? Where was I? Rivers of Blood, Enoch Powell. I've been saying for a while in certain online discussions that, and I'm predicting, not advocating. I'm not saying that we should, but I'm saying it could end up literally with a very bloody outcome, with rampaging mobs of white Europeans kind of running through the streets, being very, very violent with people that aren't white Europeans. Predicting, not advocating, not saying that this should happen. YouTube, if you're watching, don't ban me. Predicting, not advocating. But I think that there's a real anger building, and yeah, it's not just in Britain. There's also a lot of fucking silliness that you keep reading as well. There's people in Britain saying that the countryside is racist because when a black person goes there, he never sees any black people because they don't go there. I mean, what do you want to do? Swimming is racist because when a black person goes to the swimming baths, they never see other black people because black people, for some reason, don't swim. I mean, what do you want us to do about it? I don't know, folks. Now, in Switzerland, people of colour did go swimming, but they banned them because they were more trouble than they were worth. Don't know, folks. As I said, predicting, not advocating. All over pain, migraines, chronic fatigue, costochondritis. Dritis is swelling. Don't know what that is. Maybe something to do with fingers, toes? Don't know, guessing. Keep an eye on the UK auditors. Who was this? Because the media can't be trusted. The auditors that go out and record in public and get into trouble because people don't understand the rules. But yeah, they do. Yeah, bumping into gangs in the streets and things. Yeah. Oh, who was that? Who was that the other day that walked over Parliament Bridge, London Bridge, Parliament Bridge, and you basically got all the lucky men doing the peanut and pea, you know, the shuffle, where you have to find the pea under a shell or under a cup, and everyone knows it's a con and not to do it. And they show half a dozen people winning, but that's because it's all their friends and it's a setup and it's all a con. But there's loads and loads of them, and they won't let people record, and they start threatening them. And this is like, you're 100 metres away from Parliament and 150 metres away from New Scotland Yard. And they're there day after day after day, blocking the entire pavement on the entire run over whatever that bridge is. I thought it was London Bridge. Maybe there's a bridge on either side. I can't remember. I used to walk around there. 1989, way back. The auditors don't all work the same, some better than the others. AY Audits is good. I like AB, Auditing Britain. Who else? There's 2 guys with very similar names. One of them's an ex-para, somewhere around Doncaster, or it's just 2 or 3 letters, and then audits. And there's another younger lad, and they both put their drones up and do all that. And you get the people coming out. You can't fly a drone in the sky. That's our airspace. Like, no, it's not. All of that stuff. It's fun to watch people who don't know the rules and their rights and stuff, and people who come out and immediately get aggressive, coming out of businesses and stuff, claiming to own the footpath, and claiming that you can't point a camera in through their railings towards their building. And it's like, mate, anything I can see from in public I can record. If you don't want me to record through your fence, then you should have a fence that's more solid so I can't see through it. All of that. But yeah, the gangs of young men in city centres seems to be a growing issue for these auditors, just walking around doing their thing, but getting trouble, getting grief from gangs. Like I said, Charlie, I don't know how to pronounce his name, Veitch, that was classic. But the fact that he now has to walk around with 2 paid bodyguards, that's crazy. One of these balaclava boys, I think it might even have been the one that they kicked to the ground. One of them got stopped and searched and had an illegal knife on him. So you know your knife's allowed to be, it's either 2.5 or 3 inches in length, the blade, and it can't lock. It can't have any kind of mechanism, flicks and switches, and it has to just be like a manually opened penknife. I think 3 inches and under. That doesn't fix. It doesn't. That would be allowed, but he was over the rules. He was outside the rules. But the way that he'd approach all aggressively, and hand went to the pocket. Yeah. Farmer is a punster and a funster. Hold on. Proper immigration, yeah, it should be families, yeah. Like you said, adding to the economy and integrating and building a new life. But single unemployed men of fighting age who have a bad attitude towards women in particular, but towards the West in general. Oh, that was another video I saw today. Somebody posted a video, it just said typical day in London, and the guy's driving down the road, and these two people are on push bikes, or maybe electric bikes, in front of him, up and on the pavement and off the pavement, and they're going along snatching phones and stuff out of people's bags. They're just snatching stuff out of their hands as they go past. Yeah. Here we go. Enoch's speech was not his views, but one of his constituents' words. I don't know, maybe. I know a lot of the quote was actually of a, I can't remember, like Plutarch or some ancient, Roman writer. The rivers of blood was literally a reference to a battle. Was it the Tiber that you crossed to get into Rome? Yeah. I don't know. A lot of people think that Enoch Powell was racist and stuff. It wasn't. He served in India. He invited some Indian general or something, some Indian dignitary, stayed in Enoch Powell's house for about 6 months with him when he was over in Britain. Not racist at all. But you just get a reputation, people mudsling, and some of it stinks. A very intelligent man. As a lot of a lot of politicians back in the day were very intelligent people. I think we've lost that. Name like an actual intellectual politician now. Who's the posh boy Tory that with about 8 kids? He's intelligent but kind of stuck in the past. I've got no idea what his name is. I can picture him, but they all joke about him being like an Edwardian gent or whatever, or a Georgian. He's probably got a triple-barreled name. Somebody will get it before I get there, but Boris Johnson, no. I was thinking Rees-Mogg, yeah. What's his first name? Rees-Mogg. Can't think of his first name. But yeah, that is who I was thinking of. Intellectual. Sometimes you can be too intellectual though, and be distant or out of touch. Jacob Rees-Mogg, thank you, Scotty. And who gave me Rees-Mogg in the first place? Oh, it's jumped. Why does it do that? It's getting annoying. Max from Brighton. Thank you. An intellectual puppet. Are we pivoting to AI again? Oh gosh, shall we talk about AI? No. Pretty soon you won't be able to tell that stuff from real stuff. But let's not go there. Oh, hold on, babe. You're all curled up. Next to Daddy. Eh? At least you're not laying horizontally across the bed, eh? Here's a cuddle. Here's a proper cuddle. That's nice. Oh, yeah. Thanks, babe. You know I like a nice cuddle. Yeah. Okay. That's it. Sorry to disturb you. That's my girl. Did I still not open that beer? I didn't, did I? What am I playing at? It's far still here. I have to move the light so it's set on 2 cans instead of 3. It's stable. I think we've got people outside. Let's see if we can do this quietly. Oh, no, failed. Cheers, guys. Cheers to all of you that have hit the thumbs up. We're doing well here. We could be on for a record. 28 at the minute. The record is 37, I believe. So if there's any of you 17 that haven't hit the button, I'll give you a few seconds. Here we go. There's one. We get a couple more, get above 30, and then we're on our way. We're motoring towards 37 then. And I'll say cheers. Cheers to everyone who did hit the thumbs up at any point during the show. Would you call it a show? Program? Hangout. We'll just say everyone who's hit the thumbs up during this hangout. Cheers to you guys. Do I sound a bit needy pushing for the thumbs up all the time? Cheers to the subscribers. And to anyone who's watching right now. Sorry folks, I'm putting my hand across the camera just to put my beer down. Oh, we're doing well though. 30's not bad at this stage. And somebody else out there's probably seeing a different number. 31, 32, 28. Where'd that go? Got scabs. Got scabs, wounds on my legs, habitually pick at, and then I have a river of blood down my leg. I'm a bugger for picking at scabs myself. When I got arrested, they thought I was a druggie because I'd got scratches and stuff on my hand, and then I'd like picked them. But I live in a field with sharp bushes. If I walk Tina and we're trying to walk down this little path out of the camp, and she always wants to try and be side by side with me, but the path's not wide enough. So obviously I'm carrying her back end so she can't get too far in front of me or anything. She'll end up alongside me. And I'll have to just walk through the bushes. And I get, my arms and my legs do get cuts and scrapes. And I've just always been a one for... I think they heal faster if you do pick at them a little bit. Give them a day or two, then take the top off, and then it gets a bit weepy and maybe a little bit of blood. And then you just... I think that heals quicker than just leaving them alone. I've, I've never been able to leave them alone fully just to test this hypothesis, but because I always do just end up picking at them. But they thought when I was in the cells, well, when I was being interviewed when you first arrive, I was slow as I had no idea what they were talking about. They asked me if I was okay. Are you ill? I said no. And said, well, when you are, you've got to shout it. And I'm like, why would I suddenly get fucking... I had no idea what they were talking about. Why would I get ill? Okay, you're going to lock me up for 24 hours, then you're going to tell me to go home and wait for new paperwork. And I'm going to be no worse off than I was before, except you've taken a homeless man and given him a room for the night. Why would I get ill? And I only worked... It took me about a week to work out what was going on. Some drug users have scabs on their arms and legs that they pick at. Some drugs make you really itchy. And like cold turkey and stuff can make you itchy, and depending on what drugs or whatever you've been on. But they'd seen just a couple of scratches or whatever on my arm, or arms or legs, whatever. And they'd come to the conclusion that I was a fucking druggie. So they kept coming and they didn't just say this the once. Every 4 or 5 hours, someone would come and ask if I'm ill. Like, I didn't understand. I had no... What's this obsession with me being ill? What the fuck are you talking about? But yeah, a week later I worked it out. Sometimes I'm a bit slow like that because I'm oblivious to these things. I know nothing about drugs. I've never smoked a cigarette in my life. Never mind marijuana or any of these other things that you might smoke. Chasing the dragon with heroin or snorting coke or... I know nothing about these things. I don't even know the terminology for half of it. So yeah, I was just totally oblivious that it was the scabs on the arms and legs that were leading them to think that... I guess being homeless, and being a homeless tramp, and the scabs is where they were going with it. But yeah, river of blood, Jacob Rees-Mogg out of touch. Yeah. Oh, and it just jumped just as I was reading something that said it's jumpy, give it a beer, which sounds like it's probably a farmer comment, but I don't know. Jumpy, it was Farmer. I knew if it was a punster or a funster, it would be Farmer. On a lighter note, do you remember the comedian Bill Hicks? It's one of those names that I've heard. I'm assuming he's American, and that's why I don't know him. I remember comedians like Kelly Monteith and what was the Irish guy called with a missing finger? The fuck was he called? Kelly Monteith was Canadian, wasn't he? Or is? I don't know whether he's still alive or not. Kelly Monteith. There was a British one as well who used to sing kind of folk songs. And then there was Jasper Carrot and all those other ones around that era. No, Bill, I don't know. The one that you mentioned is one of those names that I hear, Bill Hicks. There's another one, isn't there? An American, Stephen Wright? Scabs on hands are normally from needle marks trying to find a vein. That's one set. But there are some drugs, is it meth, that make you literally itchy, and they kind of scratch themselves to bits. Chippy says, I snorted coke once. This is going to be a joke, isn't it? The bubbles made me sneeze. I told the tale about how I snorted brandy once by accident, cognac even, by accident, on my honeymoon. That was fun. Oh, come on, it's jumping. I'm going to watch this back tomorrow, and I'm going to pay more attention. I will be able to better watch the chat when I'm not constantly having to scroll it around. You never had a Coke. I'd like to buy the world a Coke. And are you going to teach the world to sing? Life makes me itchy. Do you know, I did have a thing a few nights ago where both of my forearms, I had to stop myself from scratching. I had to stop. I was scratching a lot, but I think that was a sunburn thing. And now all my, I showed you how red I was the other day. My chest and shoulders and stuff. My upper arms and shoulders are all peeling now. Chippy had a fire in the fire pit, tested out the environmental health guy's claims. He was right. What were the claims? Oh, I hope you can't hear that. Hal Roach. We're going there. You can tap and hold the that's what I'm doing, but you can only scroll so far down the screen, and then you got to take your hand off and move back to the top, and it doesn't, that's when it jumps sometimes. Well, almost every time. So much plastic on cardboard. So is that like Tetra Packs or something? Oh, there it did it again, look. Life makes me itchy. So this was Chippy just getting back, testing the environmental health guys. Comment. Okay, I'm back to where Scotty asked about, do you remember Bill Hicks? I don't. It's one of those names that I hear, but I don't know. Okay, back to Jacob Rees-Mogg, etc. Oh, Dennis Leary. Oh, Dennis Leary. Blonde guy. Big white guy. Big and broad. Didn't he act in something as well? I saw him do a sketch, not a sketch, a stand-up routine, and I think he was smoking, and he was smoking multiple bloody cigarettes at once, I think. Max in Brighton. My knees are peeling, but not that appealing. Anyone seeing an electrician's hands would assume they're on multiple drugs. Cuts, bruises, scrapes from what? Like burns from stuff, or just general scrapes when you're trying to do stuff. Pulling wires through trunking. Normal cardboard packaging. The shiny bit's plastic, really. Dennis Leary, his song I go really slow in the ultra fast lane. Okay. Max likes Dennis Leary. Tony T is off for the night. How late am I? Are you still here? 1:19. Maybe. You said that about 2 minutes ago. Good night, mate. Thanks for stopping by. Dennis Leary liked cigs, yeah. George Carlin, that's another one. He's a gnarly old bloke, wasn't he? But I might have seen the odd clip on YouTube, but don't really know him or get like the references or know what was so good about him. Reaching under floors, yeah, any stuff like that, yeah. Let me see whether I'm up to date. Top chat, live chat. Oh, it's something, folks. I maybe mentioned it earlier. In the chat, you want to select all chat or all messages. It's worded variously in different types of app. Live chat, all messages are visible is what I get here on. It defaults to something called top chat, which will filter out some messages and overly assumes spam. When I'm on Scruff Dogs, it hides my messages from me. Fucking thing. Yeah, don't accidentally leave it on top chat. Or you scroll back looking for your own message, it's not fucking there. Ridiculous. Live chat in UK. I think it varies whether you're on if you're watching in a browser on a PC or on Android, or in the YouTube app itself. I've seen different wording in different places, or people referencing different wording. Reaching Underfloors, a good song name. Could be. Or a band name. Can you hear the drunks? This is what? 1:30, is it? 1:20. Eh? Unlock to edit lock screens. No thanks. I don't know. I said I was going to remove the pin code, didn't I, on the tablet when I'm using it during a stream, but I haven't. Still warm. How long? I made that at somewhere between 9:30 and 9:45. So 9:45. A good 3.5 hours. You can't hear the drunks, but you are quiet right now. Fire in the Pit, good band name. I guess so. Fire in the Pit. That would work. car. Is it multiple cars? There's a couple of cars here recently. They've just got a habit of stopping alongside the tent. And they're not, it's nothing to do with us, but Tina goes wild, obviously. But the guy drives down this road, stops, checks his phone for 5 minutes with the engine running and everything, and then kind of carries on. And it's like, why are you checking your phone like 30 seconds before getting home? What are you up to that you want to check your phone now rather than when you get home with the wife or whatever? Makes you wonder. Here we go. Best Bill Hicks. This is Scotty. Best Bill Hicks quote, talking about people jumping off buildings on hallucinogens. If you thought you could fly, why not take off from the fucking ground? Okay. Yeah, that's a fair point. I don't know. 19 people here. That's quite a lot for me at this time of night. There must be people there that they're running away. Look, I just said that there was 19 here and they started going away. There must be more of you there that are lurking, but not chatting. Are they headed this way? And they're going shh, shh. Are they on the road? Are they on the track or in the field? Just a minute. Just a minute. Tina, stay. Oh, what's that? It's okay. It's okay. I thought we might have had trouble. I was just getting ready in case someone threw stones or something. Oh, it's a tablet. It's a phone that's fallen. Fuck. Are you still there? Hold on. What does that mean? Why is it showing me that? The camera's gone. How do I bring the camera back? Oh, I've muted the camera. Oh, I didn't. Sorry, folks. The camera phone dropped. Did the... Okay. No, it wasn't the lamp. It wasn't the lamp. I scooted down to the bottom of the bed. It was sound only. We're back now, though. Yeah, you can see me. You can see me and hear me. Okay. When the drunks were going past, firstly, I wasn't sure whether they were in the field or whether they were on the track. But I thought they might have been coming down here to give me grief. Like those kids. Like those kids that were throwing stones a few weeks ago. So I scooted to the bottom of the bed. Oh, in case I had to run out and smack somebody or throw stones back at them or something. But no, they seem to have passed by without incident. Well, other than me catching the cable, the phone's plugged into the EcoFlow, and as I scooted down off the bottom of the bed, my hand caught the wire and pulled the phone off its stand. It seems to have survived, but yeah, it did catch the... I didn't know what that button did. Now I know. You can turn the camera off, but leave the audio on. Oh, and when you do it, did you see the... You got the circle. You got my icon. So when I turn the camera off, you get my placeholder icon, I assume. Nobody's talking to me. Farmer says back and on, but why is that not sitting steady? Now it is. Okay, you it wasn't just a totally blank screen. You did get the I don't know what it's called, the avatar, that's the word, isn't it? The avatar. I don't know why they don't show it larger. Avatar, yeah. No smacking anybody. It burns, punches better. It burns, punches better. It burns, no, leave people be. No, if people come down here like throwing stones at my tent in the middle of the night, I'm going to go out and smack the shit out of them. What are we talking about? It's not even a question. If they throw one stone and I don't do anything, they're going to throw another and another. Pretty soon I won't have a tent left. I'm not one of these violence never solved anything kind of guys. I honestly do believe that violence has solved many things in history. I could name World War II as an example. Yeah, if people are just passing, I'm going to leave them be. But no, if people start doing me harm, then I'm gonna do harm back. That's turnaround is fair play. I am not of a pacifist persuasion. Is that okay? That's just the what do you call it? The little arrow at the bottom for controlling the menu is it's off the screen, but it just leaves this dot. I thought I had a stuck pixel the other day because there was just this little white dot in a black corner. I had no idea what it was. But yeah. So panic over. We heard them right up on the main road and then coming all the way down. I thought they were. My initial worry was that they were in the field, and like my solar panels. I know they're not fragile, but I don't want. You know what I mean? They are glass. When all said and done, they will break at some point. But yeah, they passed by safely on the track and didn't do any harm. So panic over, folks. Panic over. Tina was worried. She'd moved towards the door and was ready to attack, which is cute when she can't move. You want to see her when she's trying to pick a fight with a big dog. And she can't fucking move. She bum shuffles so slowly. She's wanting to chase a fucking Great Dane or a German Shepherd. What do you do? How do you tell her that no, you can't do that anymore? Your back legs don't work. It's cute, but ridiculous. Okay, folks, where are we? Anybody got any topics? With the hazelnut in every bite. What have I seen in the news recently? Science or tech? I said already about the payment processing shenanigans. I have seen science news. What have I seen? Oh, that was a funny one. What's he called? I can't remember the guy's name offhand. Hank something or other. Sciencey kind of guy. Had cancer, so a lot of his channel became about him and his battle against cancer, which he seems to have beaten. Hank someone or other was telling a story about. I was telling a story. He was telling a story about how he was at a party and he got talking to a bat expert. And as you do, he says, "Well, tell me something interesting about bats." And the guy turns around and he says, whatever state they were talking about, Oklahoma or Arkansas, I don't know. He says, none of the scientists know where the bats go in winter. So obviously the bats hibernate. Hank Green, could well be, sounds about right. but he was saying this story about he's just at a party, and you can just imagine how random a conversation this is. You're at a party, and the guy you're talking to is a bat scientist, and so he says, "Well, tell me something interesting." He says, "We don't know where the bats go. Nobody knows where the bats go. Like in other states they do, but in one or two of these particular states, nobody knows where they go. There's no big central cave that they've found them all in. But yeah, the bats just disappear. Nobody knows. And they're a type of bat that's so small, apparently, you can't be tagging them, and you know those like you put on pigeons, those circular bracelets, or satellite tracking and all of that. The bats are too small, so you can't do all that. Did I just see Chippy? Is Chippy heading on out? No, they can't track them. They're too small to give a GPS tracker or any other kind of tracker. They're too small even to put a ring on the ankle or whatever. The majority of a bat's body, if you like, is wing. There's not a lot else there. Yeah. Good night, chipmunk, sir. Sir Martin of Chipmunkness. So yeah, I just thought that was interesting. That it's just the way he tells the story, and you're just imagining this bloke at a party. He's talking to a fucking bat scientist. Tell me something fun about bats. The dude in the car is probably deleting evidence from his phone before wifey finds it. That's my conclusion. Why else do you need to stop like 100 yards from home to be messing with your phone? Yeah. Oh, it's gone again. Vitruvium of Valencia. Sorry, mate. First name again? I do know it. I'll kick myself when you tell me it. Oh, his boyfriend. Yeah, well, you know. Actual docile, wonderful creatures don't actually suck your blood, bats. Well, the one kind do. But it's only the one kind, isn't it? They mainly go for cattle, isn't it? What country are they in mainly? Didn't I see something where they were in a really cold place and they were sucking on reindeer? Am I imagining that? You'd have to be in Suomiland, Lapland, northern. I can't imagine vampire bats there. So what am I thinking of? I don't know. Mainly it's cows. Yeah, yeah. Are you up for us visiting for an afternoon beer if you're in the area? Always up for that. Yeah. How far away are you normally? Okay, I think I'm up to date with chat. Well, I'm as up to date as I'm. Okay, UK, yeah, but in Portugal a bit. Oh, we're right over the other side. I mean, we're on the southeast coast. You're gonna be You got to go all the way across. Unlikely you're going to be in the area. But yeah, if ever you are, feel free. What was I about to say? I don't know what I was about to say. How unlike me. We were talking about bats. Dogs are wonderful. Okay. Not far on your bike. All the way across Spain's not far. Okay. I would imagine it was a good couple of days' ride, no? By bike, I assume you mean motorbike. Not a push rod. Okay. Other sciencey or tech topics. What have I seen? I watched a Dr. Becky video earlier and I can't remember what it was about. And Hello Wonderful Person, what was his video about? Can't remember his name. Anton Petrov. I watched one of his, but I wasn't following it. It was a bit too technical for me. I think I gave up on his video. Let me see. I did add a couple of things to like a playlist of stuff that I'd watched, I think. Can I go into YouTube here while I'm on YouTube there? Hope so. Playlists, where are those at? Oh, here. Just give me a second. Oh, that was a good one. Oh yeah, intermediate mass black holes. That was Dr. Becky. That's not the good one. Well, it was all right. Scientists made a new thing that might replace plastics. Scientists are growing some bacteria that produce like a cellulose kind of material that was 15 times, it made a thin film basically, but about 15 times the, is it tensile strength, that when you stretch and try and break something, about 15 times stronger than the plastic used in a supermarket carrier bag. But at the minute they can only make about, I don't know, it was like 10 milligrams or milliliters a day, but it's a proof of concept thing. They'll have to scale it up. But to make it work, if left to their own devices, these these bacteria will just grow this stuff higgledy-piggledy in the solution that they're in. So to make them make a film of it, they have to spin a thing around and push the bacteria to the edge of a cylinder. And then you take stuff out and slice it and you've got a sheet. Or you can keep it as a cylinder. But they were looking at like the uses it might have. And they were looking at like surgery and stuff where you might put a scaffold in the human body, which then the body grows new whatever around the scaffold or on the scaffold. And then this stuff, because it's kind of natural, it dissolves over time. So you've got a useful scaffold that the body can attach on and grow on, and then this stuff dissolves away and is harmless and just melts away. And because it melts away naturally, like in the world as well, it's biodegradable. It won't have the microplastics issue that we've got with plastics. Fighting again. Karen said, that sounds like one of my statements. Or was that the push rod? You never answered Scotty about Visit Mike, or else I missed it. Yeah, I said welcome anytime. Anybody is. Anybody who's in the area can stop on by. Probably best to drop an email or some other form of contact first, just to make sure that I'm, you know, around, or not that I go anywhere much, but I might walk off with the dog to the cliff tops or whatever, or it might maybe allows me to tidy up a little bit before people come. Sometimes people want to look in the tent. 10 shopping bags, half full of food, scattered all over the floor, and you have to kind of tiptoe through it. And the chair is again piled up with whatever I needed to put down at some point. Every flat surface is covered in crap. The floor as much as anything. I've got 4 bottles around the bed. 3 of them are water. One of them is some kind of orange juice. There's a cola. Oh yeah, and I have opened my last carton of red wine. So yeah, everything's a mess. So if someone wants to come around and have a look around, a little warning, just so I can tidy up a bit. But yeah, anybody, anytime can come for a drink and or just a visit. Chad stopped by just because the title mentioned tramps. Oh, you were thinking what, ladies? Maybe. Tramp. I am a homeless guy. I am living in a field. I'm not living in a box, a cardboard box. What were they called? Living in a box, a cardboard box. I kick myself when someone tells me it. Don't know. Don't remember. There's already vegetable oil plastic bags that break down in a year in Italy. Don't know why these aren't everywhere. Amazing thing. Could be a matter of scaling up. I don't know. Let's jump back again. Why is it rocking again? What happened here? Sorry folks, just give it a second. It's sat on a chopping board. It's on a stand with a flat bottom. That's it, now it's fine. Just bits of crap. I'm leaning at a funny angle, See what I can get in view a bit. What's wet under my arm? Cold plastic, it's not wet. Okay folks, where am I? Chad Rumps. What? Okay, there's a word after Chad's up in superscript that I can't read because it's too small for my eyes. Maybe switch to coffee if you're on your last unopened beer. No. Lots of beer. Well, lots. I've only just opened. It's only my second, isn't it? I only just opened it, didn't I? Yeah, it's more or less full. I've got a wine. It's the last of my red wines. I think I mentioned. The lamp is creeping in. Watch it. Yeah. Living in a box. Is that what they were called? That was the name of the group. Living in a box, a cardboard box. Okay, here's one then. From the center of the earth to the corners of the globe, everybody here say I. Who was that one? Was it a boy's name, the band? Bill, not Billy? Or was that that might have been a line in the song? From the center of the earth to the corners of the globe, everybody here say I. No, don't want to let anybody down. Don't know. About the same time, in the charts around the same time. But I don't remember. We'll see how quickly someone can find that. Ow. No, the lamp isn't creeping around me. I think the lamp's stable still on 2 cans. When I finish this beer and have to power up, have to take another can from under. E-O, or I, A-I. He always calls me that. Isn't that what? If you have a friend named Donkey and someone asks him why are you called Donkey, why did he call you Donkey? E-O, E-O, he always calls me that. E-O. Silly joke. I or I or I or I or AI. Hey up, Chuck. That's where I would go. Don't know, folks. What am I gibbering about? What am I gibbering about? Wow, movement. It could have just been a beer can moving. I think I didn't get the empty into the bin. But why did it just suddenly move? There's a deadly mousetrap over there. For the first time, I triggered one of the mousetraps by accident. It's the first kind of false positive. But it was my own fault. I threw something towards the bin and it landed on the bin, fell off, and I think it just landed square on top of the mousetrap. I don't know whether I've got... Might just have been something settling or moving. I don't know, folks. Right, if there's anybody out there that hasn't hit that thumbs up yet, why not? It's free. Helps the channel, allegedly, apparently. And if you do hit the thumbs up, I will drink to you. I'll give you a couple of seconds to think about it. Did something just fly past my head? I'll give you a couple of seconds to think about it if you haven't already. And then I'll say cheers to everybody who's hit the thumbs up, hit the like button. I am going to have to trim this mustache and beard. It is getting silly now, the amount. I take a swig of beer and then it rains on my arm afterwards. I've let it get a little bit out of control. Max in Brighton, cheers. Did Vitruvium tell me his name again? He didn't, did he? Have I offended him by not remembering his name? It was a fairly short name. Has he gone? Chippy went, yeah, I saw that. Oh, what's this? Geordie MacArthur, what's that an answer to? Was that the centre of the earth to the corners of the globe? Everybody here say aye. That's not a name I remember. Why have I got Billy in my head? That must be a line from the song. Well, it's not a full line, but... Jumped. Everybody here say aye. John's still with us. Or he's back again, I'm not sure which. People lurk, don't they? Sometimes people lurk and don't participate. What was the other story I said that I'd lined up? What was the one that I did? Oh, I was saying about the cellulose bacteria thing. And somebody said that they'd already got a plastic substitute. Was it made out of vegetable oil or something, did they say? That's jumped again, hasn't it? Vegetable oil plastic bags break down in a year or so. I thought all the vegetable oil was getting used in biodiesel. There was an issue a few years ago where So much vegetable oil was being siphoned away. Okay. Pun unintended but acknowledged. Was being siphoned away to produce biodiesel. Because that's just like vegetable oil and alcohol, isn't it? Not just, there'll be probably other stabilizers in a commercial one, but it started as used chip oil, used chip fat, but there started to be so much money in it that the worry was that in some countries they would stop feeding their population in order to sell the crops off for vegetable oil for for industry, for motoring, for whatever it was going to be used in. Did the demand die down or something? Well, I haven't heard anything about that for a while. I don't know. Interesting, I guess. I find it interesting. You've done a few hours without having a piss, Mike. Somebody just told them. Was it Scotty? It's jumping on me like fuck. Hold on. Hang on. It was after that. It was Scotty. You've done a few hours without having a piss, Mike. Your prostate is doing okay for your age. I've had about 4 watching this. Maybe I'm just not as old as I look. The white beard is maybe deceptive. There's also the case that in Spain it's so fucking hot. I might be bordering on dehydrated half the time. So when I sit down on an evening and sip a couple of beers, I'm just rehydrating. There's maybe not a lot working its way through, ready to come out. It all comes out through the skin through the day. That whole, I was going to say evapotranspiration, but is that not plants? Evaporation from people, isn't it? No, is breathing transpiration. So that whole, yeah, evapotranspiration thing. Maybe, unless I've got the wrong word again. It does happen from time to time. Sometimes I guess at a word and get it wrong. That's usually why I need Jack Attack. It would increase food prices. That was the, yeah. A young man's making diesel from plastics and it's better quality than from the pumps. It's a game changer. Is it for real or is this like an advert on YouTube? Because I'm sick of seeing these. A young engineering student is revolutionizing how you can cool your house. This €10 device will cool a house instantly for twopence halfpenny. And I hear the advert in English sometimes, and sometimes it comes on in Spanish. They change the name of the guy, they change what city he's in or what country he's in, and you get the same advert in different languages, and all the facts change. It's hilarious. But how YouTube ads are so rife with just these scammy crap, you know. This device will cool your entire house in 2 minutes. And it's this little fucking swamp cooler thing that's like that big. No, it won't. No, it fucking won't. Just no. This thing will cool your house, and you probably have to load it up with ice in the first place. So, I don't know. Whenever I hear it's a game changer, or maybe you're lining up a joke or something. But already someone's loosened all the nuts on his car wheels. Yeah, adding. Are you saying that they're adding biodiesel to gasoline, or just that they're adding alcohol? Because this thing where they're add these additions to to the petrols. Now you've got all these different star. You know, you've got that. What do they call them? 95 and 99 or whatever. But doesn't it eat away at the seals inside the engine? Some of the rubber bits and stuff. Or am I talking out my ass? It shortens the life of parts of the engine. Um, so people aren't that keen on it. Ryan, fuck. You know that you can't change. You can only change it once a fortnight. You can't change it back again now. Like when you're not here, you're stuck. Right. I knew it was a short name. I knew it was only like 4 or 5 letters. Why does that not stick? Ryan in Valencia. Vitrusium it was. I shall remember that now. I might mispronounce it or get a letter wrong, but well, cheers for that, mate. But yeah, you are going to be stuck with that now. You can only change it. You got to wait a fortnight now, I think. Oh, unless that was that YouTube or was that that might have been Twitch. I'm not sure. Have some water, Mike, or get water from coffee. Sometimes water in the beer is cancelled by your body getting rid of alcohol. It doesn't. I know alcohol's a diuretic and what have you, and also your body has to process the stuff out, your liver and kidneys. But they don't. I don't think it takes that much. It's a net positive. Beer's a net positive. People used to live on beer. Back when water was unsafe to drink in the what 60, what 14th century onwards, I guess. No, well maybe 15th, 16th, right up to the early 19th century. There are stories of people just living on beer, including children. Strangely enough, because if you can I get that? No, I didn't. I got a beard hair loose in my mouth. Not sure if I got it or not. Feels better now anyway, whether I got it or not. Uh, yeah, beer's a net positive, and it's a net positive for the world. Ryan is Vitruvium, whatever it was. Ryan is in Valencia. Those adverts are a con. Yeah, they are. But why? How does YouTube allow them? I mean, all the ones you get that have like Elon Musk's voice, or sometimes Elon Musk actually on them. Um, yeah, no, they're annoying. Socrates, Plato, hello again. Surprised not more people living in the field, so many becoming homeless daily. Would you be alright if there were more people there? To be honest, I try and dissuade them. Um, there's a guy stopped by earlier who's in another field. Well, actually, I think he's over the other field. There's then a gully, um, which carries it's, all the storm drains divert into that, and then it runs off to the sea. If we get a big storm, I think he's going to be in trouble, depending on how far down the gully he's gone. Bits of that become like a waterfall, and then water running through the bottom. And there are some caves down there, but they don't look very safe, and I would imagine they'd get water in them It's okay while it's dry. But I tend to encourage people to look elsewhere. There was one bloke that was the other side of the trees at the end of the field here towards the cliffs. He's moved on now. There was one English bloke once who was in a different part of this field, a guy called Joby, or whose nickname was Joby. Um, I was approached once by a family of 5 who were kind of trying to ask my permission if they could stay in the field, and I was saying it's not my field. I don't get to say yes or no. But I did point out that I get a lot of trouble from the police and the Guardia Civil. I told them that if they wanted to stay in the field, I'd help them in any way I could. They were in a bad situation. They'd come here. They'd moved from another country to live here, as far as I could work out. And when they got here, they'd paid someone to rent a house, like with the last of their money. This was the story I was told. They'd used the last of their money to rent a house for 6 months. And when they got to the house, the landlord said, "You haven't paid me, it wasn't me. Don't know who you've paid, but sorry, you've been conned." They went to the police and everything, but they said there was nothing they could do. And so these people, they had a car, uh, but they'd used pretty much the last of their money. And yeah, this family of 5. So I was telling them I'd help in any way that I could. I'd charge their phones for them or whatever. And if I'd got water and they hadn't, I'd help. But I did point out that the police were giving me a hard time, and if other people started arriving, not only would they get a hard time, but I'd probably get an even harder time. You don't want it to suddenly become like a tent city. My neighbours, the people who live here wouldn't be wanting that. Christ, they don't want me here, really. Although people are generally friendly and helpful, I did have some trouble at first with people trying to get together to have me moved on. So no, I wouldn't be too happy uh, if we had other people arriving here. Max says no. The black guy, the guy with the what was it? A new form of diesel made out of plastics is the real deal. Yeah, the adverts on YouTube, the con adverts using famous people, and yeah. What do you think of Bitcoin, Mike? Apologies if this has been covered before. I'm a little bit skeptical of it. I think in terms of the cryptocurrencies out there, it's the winner. First mover advantage, it's won. Most of the others are going to fade away. The ones that aren't just total rug pulls that just get people conned, um, those are bad, and people should go to prison for those, including whatever that fucking guy's called. Is it Jake Paul? Or Logan Paul? Can't remember. The one that's trying to sue CoffeeZilla. Jail to the fucking lot of them. And that girl, Hock2 or whatever the fuck she's called. Jail. Massive rug pull. Those are bad. But of the other ones that are around, most will disappear. You might be left with 1 or 2 competitors to Bitcoin. My problem with Bitcoin is that it's not what people think it is. Well, it's the blockchain rather than Bitcoin itself. The blockchain is a database. And it's a searchable database. Now, it's not searchable by name. You have to find somebody's wallet ID. But once you've got that, you can monitor and track transactions. Now, it's not a database as in this guy bought £2 of bacon down the shop. It's who's sending money to who, on what day, and how much. It's not itemized in terms of of what you were buying, but I'm not a fan of big databases of who sent money to who and when. Don't like that. It's why I don't do club card crap with supermarkets, loyalty cards, whatever you want to call them. I don't want the supermarket to be able to look back and identify that this guy bought that many cans of beer over this period of time. Fuck off. Pay with cash. Unknown bloke paid for these things and it cost that much, and that's all anybody knows. And that info probably doesn't even get saved anywhere, really. Just the total amount of cash at the end of the day gets tallied up and put in a bank account somewhere. Nobody's tracking the who, how, what, when, where, whys of cash payments. Cash is king. So Bitcoin will probably win the crypto. In my humble opinion, I mean, I'm no expert on any of that, but it definitely had first mover advantage. It's the big one that everyone knows the name of. Never used it myself. I remember stories of people buying pizzas with 2 Bitcoin back in the day when they were worth, you know, a quid or two. 2 full Bitcoin to buy a pizza. And you now look at it and they're like, what are they, 30 grand, 40 grand per coin? Like full Bitcoins, not fractions of. That's an expensive pizza when you look back, innit? You got all the other stuff that can go wrong, where you store them in one of these online repositories, and the people running the repository either get hacked or they're a scam, and even though the whole thing's supposed to be a big database, stuff just goes fucking missing. Shouldn't happen, but does happen. Don't like that. You got the other stuff that if you're storing it yourself on a hard drive, you got all those stories, haven't you? Someone accidentally, they're clearing out their cupboards, or the wife decides to throw away all your old hard drives, and it turns out one of them's got 700 million pounds worth of Bitcoin. So you spend hundreds of thousands trying to dig up the local tip, the local landfill site. I had to find a synonym for tip there in case it's not called a tip in other countries. But you got all those stories, those are always fun. The family that wanted to stay here, I offered to help them. What was actually happening was that the wife came here with the eldest kid, and the husband went somewhere else with a couple of the other kids, and I think he must have found somewhere better. Karen's off. Good night, Karen. But yeah, the husband must have found a better option, a better offer. I made the offer, but they drove off, and I never heard anything again. So I'm hoping that they got somewhere better, not just that I scared them away and they were left with nothing. There have been a couple of occasions where people drive their car to the end here, turn right onto. There's like a bit of a plateau before you look down into this very stony cove, and there's like the remnants of some walls there, and some people have like camped for 3 days, 5 days there before either moving on themselves or being persuaded to move on by the police. If you're on public land, the police can make you move. So yeah, there's been a few like that. There's been a few people pitch tents literally on the cliff tops at times. And like I said, Pepe, the Spanish guy, was over the other side of the trees for over a year, maybe 16, 17 months before he moved on. Yeah, he's only moved on because his tent's like collapsed in on itself and he's just left it all and fucked off. Left a right mess. And probably stole one of my bags on his way out. Certainly, I had a bag go missing around the same time as he left, so I'm left to think it could be that. What? Hold on. There was Karen leaving. What did I miss before that? Okay, that was nice that you helped them anyway. What do you think of it? Okay, I think there was Karen leaving. I don't think it was too long ago. Johnny Somali going to jail. Yeah, possibly for like 37 years. I don't think it will be, but Johnny Somali, that's an interesting case. Because the guy's clearly crazy. But I don't want to let him off lightly on a you know what I mean, on a what's the word I'm looking for? Insanity plea. It's already too late for that because he's pled guilty to 3 or 4 out of the 7 charges, hasn't he? And it's the more serious ones that are left, the ones where he's done, what do they call them? Deep fakes of a girl that was underage. And the guy's a nutter. There's that great clip of him though. He's doing one of his silly streams and saying, "Are you enjoying the stream so far?" And just as he says it, this fist comes in from the fucking side and someone just clocks him one. It's a really bad punch, really, when you watch it. It lands all wrong. But it was good timing. Are you enjoying the stream, smack? But the guy's an idiot. What's the other guy called? The one with the Russian name? Vitali. These nuisance streamers, they're an interesting phenomena. Thomas says, club card, no thanks every time. Agreed. 1 Bitcoin is 113,000 euros. That means that pizza was €250,000 euros. Oh, fuck. They must be regretting that. They could have paid with a fiver at the time. Or less, depending how long ago it was. Fuck. Never use your club card when using cash. Yeah, because it ties who's doing the purchasing to what's being bought, and then they look back and oh look, in this month when he declared he only earned £1,000, dollars, euros, whatever. He said he declared he earned 1,000, but he spent 2,000 in Tesco. Why would you allow somebody to keep a record of all of your purchases? And yeah, is that Farmer? As Farmer says, Fabrizio there. Oh, it's jumped. As Fabrizio said, you know your budget when you're spending cash. You know how much you're spending. If you took €100 out of the bank on payday, then you know when the €100 is gone. You're not just frittering it away. Yeah. Also, cash, rather than doing tippy-tappy with a card, nobody's cloning your card and double dipping, taking 2 payments out when they should only be taking 1. Especially in places like America where you hand your card over and they walk off with it into the If you're sat outside a restaurant, or even in a restaurant, you hand them your card at the end of the meal, and they take it and swipe it for you. Fuck that for a game of soldiers. Don't let your card out of your sight. They can clone them. Bizarre. A man noticed that I have rocky outcrops where the seashore is, no sandy beach or even pebbles. No, it's rocks and kind of big pebbles, I guess. But yeah, what you been doing? You've been Google Earthing me. All the tills went down in multiple Aldi stores across Sussex. Cash is king. All the tills went down in Spain. How long ago was that? 3 months? 4 months? I mean, everything electrical went off. Almost everything. I didn't even know it's happening. When that power cut happened, what was that? That Russian guy who lost all his Bitcoin keys stored in an old magazine got thrown out. And the cleaner was worth hundreds of millions. Oh, not the cleaner was worth hundreds of millions. The Bitcoin, yeah, the Bitcoin wallets or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, you can spend millions trying to find your millions, yeah, trying to get it all back. I could make better at my home. Coffee and anything, really. Okay, yeah. Talking about making your own pizzas and coffee and not spending on takeout or home delivery or whatever. I've never been a big one for either, except fish and chips. That was always a rare treat, but yeah. I think I'm up to date with chat. Unless let me do the top chat live chat switcheroo just to check it hasn't frozen on me. Cash is king. Yeah, there we go with Max in Brighton, if I remember correctly. All right, let me just adjust myself. Oh, I can't. She's got her head on my leg. I wanted to hutch myself up a bit, sit a bit more upright, but had to be disturbing my doggy darling. Can't be doing that. Can't be doing that. Oh, okay, she heard a noise, so she moved anyway. So now I can. Hey babe, how are you doing? How are we doing? We're all right. Is that that's your back paw? It's in a funny position, sweetheart. Are you sure you're all right? Hello, you. Hello, you. Yeah, you're my girl. She is my girl. My doggy darling. Ouch. Itchy nose again though. Okay, folks, where are we? Is there chat? Is there not chat? There's not. Cash is king. What else can we say about cash or Bitcoin or whatever else? Yeah, databases of your purchases. Who wants that? When you watch, I know these TV programs overdo it, but when you watch like an NCIS or a CSI or whatever, they're tracking some terrorist and they're straight on the computer and they're like, oh yeah, this guy has ordered this much chemicals and this many of this from Amazon or from, and they've got it all instantly available to them. Anything online is obviously in a database. Yeah, not a big fan, but sometimes you can't avoid it. Always keep a rainy day grand just in case. I kept a rainy day. I thought I'd kept a rainy day 15 grand. It transpires I'd not. I'd only moved 7.5 across. I was going to move it because they were tracking. If you moved more than 10 grand at once, it went through MI5. Because they're looking for money laundering and suspicious transactions and transfers. And I needed to move 15 across from my main bank account to my rainy day fund, which is what I literally called it. Apparently I only moved 7.5. I didn't move the second batch across, which I'm not sure, but I wasn't in a position to check, and I'm still not in a position to check. But anyway, my main bank account ran out of money at some point, so I went for my rainy day fund. And that's when they said, "Who are you? We had no knowledge of you being in Spain, so we don't think you're you. So for your protection, for the protection of to protect the owner of this account, we're going to decline your financial transaction, and your account's been declared dormant because you haven't used it in X amount of time, and now you have to prove that you're you by walking into your branch in the UK." So rainy day funds are a good idea. I would suggest that people keep a rainy day stash of notes. You have to be careful, obviously. You don't want to get robbed. You don't want to have a big pile of 50s or whatever large notes you have in your currencies. You don't be caught like in a power cut and all you've got are 50s or hundreds in euros or whatever. Socrates, Plato, all banks are thieves and should be, you're going to say locked up or something, aren't you? Or abandoned, scrapped. I kind of can't disagree with you. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah. The thing that they're supposed to do isn't the way that they make their money, is it? That thing of taking your money and lending it out and making money on the interest, that's a small part of where their money comes from. All the fees and things that they will stick on top. And now, like current accounts, or what Americans would call checking accounts, have annual fees and stuff. Rather than just making their money by making their money by using your money, they're now charging fees left, right, and centre. And if you have the temerity to go overdrawn, whoa, fuck. Go £5 overdrawn and get charged 40 for the privilege. And extra every time they send a letter out about anything. Oh, it's jumping all on its own again, look. I see Farmer saying, yeah, the thing with cash is... Hold on. Right, let me go from here. Let me take control of it. That's a bit... Okay, it's jumped backwards. Okay, you know how much is going out. Best make better. Russian guy losing his keys for his Bitcoin. Okay, I'm here. Always keep a rainy day grand. All banks are thieves. Here we go. I was once told by Barclays when depositing 5k, I should have told them I should have told them in advance that you were going. I said, it's a fucking bank. If it's not safe here, then where is it? That was Scotty. They're even worse if you wanted to take £5,000 out. You know, you got to give them like a fucking week's notice. And they're going to ask you, what is it for? They're going to quiz you and say, what is it for? Why? Fucking business of it is there. What business of theirs is it? Biggest thief around here is the mayor, Delon, Eduardo. Would surprise me if he's not jailed at some point. Bastard got me jailed. Stop me if you've heard this one. He harassed an older lady on Twitter to give him my location so that he could help. It was imperative that they knew where I was because he needed to send his welfare guy to come and help. The welfare guy turned up and said, "Papers, please." And when I said I haven't got any, he said, No, papers. I said, "Who the fuck are you? You're not the police. You don't get to demand this shit." He came back the next day, said, "Last chance." When I said no, he did that, and 6 police come running through the field, and later another 6. And this is when they arrested me, kicked my dog, and €450 fine. So yeah. Yeah. Ryan from Valencia uses Revolut now, not a traditional bank. I think I looked into that at some point, but don't you have to give address? You got to give an address and government ID. Probably just a photograph of it or something over the. My mate Ismo did a similar one of these kind of online only banks, and he lost his phone and his card one day, so he got his new phone, had to buy a new phone and a SIM card, and I think it would have been a new number, and then he had to go through a process of he had to show them he had to send a scan of the passport, but he also had to have the passport open on like a video call, and then the guy asked him to put like a certain number of fingers up so that they could tell that that was a live thing and that he wasn't, just using like an old video or someone else's picture or whatever. And they just went through this process, and he was up and running within like minutes. Really, once he got on the phone call, it was minutes. He's probably got someone watching this, especially with the following you've gathered. I haven't got that big a following. I mean, it's only 1,600. It's a year ago, folks. One day this last week, I think I missed it. It's a year ago that I hit 1,000 subscribers, and so growth has slowed. I hit that 1,000 within like 12 or 13, maybe 14 months of starting the channel, and I've only added 600 in the following year, and 300 of that came like in the last month. So I've had a really slow year until a month or two ago. Yeah, it's been a slow, what's the word? Grind. I did notice I hit like 1,600 and I think it's 40. And then I've lost 5 over the last 2 or 3 days. And I know there's always ups and downs. There's always YouTube will remove bots, or I also think that if you subscribe to a lot of channels, they will, as you add more and more, I think they cut off some of the earlier ones you subscribed to, and you're left to find it again yourself and resubscribe. There seems to be a pattern of that. Delta Mike for mayor. Fuck. I have. If you were to search my videos, there's at least 2 where I rant at him by name. I probably have his name in the title, or like a message to, or an open letter to Eduardo Delon. And there's at least 2 live streams where I fucking went off on one and ranted. Mainly after the Guardia Civil came and stole Stole half my belongings. Absolutely no right whatsoever. Delta Mike for mayor. That'd be funny, but it's never going to happen, especially with me not even being legal. I don't think I could stand for election. I'm not even an EU citizen, am I? No. I don't think I've deleted any videos. I may have privated one, but oh, the one where I actually got arrested when the welfare guy came around. I was actually live streaming at the time. I think I made that private. Yeah, you know. But the ones when I was live streaming when they stole my stuff, those will still be there. The ones where the cops were shaking, they unpegged all the pegs in my tent and were shaking the tent like a bunch of fucking 7-year-old pricks. And the ones where the Guardian, that was the same day, where the Guardian Civil, I asked them, is this a fucking democracy or not? And one said, too much a democracy. And the other said, no, not a democracy. And I'm like, are these the official lines of the Guardia Civil? You're in uniform saying this to like a member of the public. Are you fucking serious? Guys, we are 5 thumbs up away from the record, or from equaling the record. If you're out there and you haven't hit the like button, I'd appreciate it. And if you do, I will drink to you. I think we're starting to quieten down on the number of viewers and stuff. I don't want to look too desperate asking for likes or upvotes or whatever you want to call them. Oh, itchy nose. So Socrates, Plato, where are you? How far away are you? Roughly, I mean, I don't want to know about your address or anything, but... Oh. You all right there, babe? It's okay. It's okay. I thought you were snoring 1 minute and then you stopped. What do you need? Are you okay? Let me know if you need more water. Maybe you need the fan putting on for a little while. Across the lake? Oh, okay. That's a little way away. So what, somewhere like San Luis? I'm going to put the fan on for Tina, guys. Let me know if it's too noisy. I can always knock it down a notch. There you go, babe. There we go. In case you're too warm. Oh, that was something to do. So when I'm broadcasting from outside, if you can call it broadcasting, when I'm live streaming from outside, I have one of those sponge pan scrubs with a slit cut in it that I put over the end of the okay, a little further than the Scottish couple. I have this sponge that I put over the end of the phone if there's a breeze blowing into the microphone. And I went out today and the fucking Russian guys like used my like brand new sponge with a slit in it for like cleaning fucking pots and pans. I don't know. What is it? Ilya. I can only remember his name because of the David McCallum character in The Man from U.N.C.L.E. Ilya Kuryakin. far miles away from the keyboard. Oh, you've been away from the keyboard, okay. But you're back now for a little while. We probably won't go on too much further, guys. Oh, we did get another thumbs up, so I'll do... Okay, folks. We are closing in on a record-breaking number of thumbs up for while we're live, which is intriguing. We are dropping down in the number of viewers a little bit. Always get a bit concerned once we're below 10. We could do this on a Zoom call rather than a YouTube live stream. Prefer it to stay up around the 20 mark, but it is what it is. But if you haven't hit the thumbs up, and if you haven't hit the thumbs up and you would like to consider it, it'd be appreciated. 37 is the record. Let's see whether we get there. Cheers to everyone who's hit the button. That was the end of that can. 2 cans in, is that 4 hours 36? 37 it is, yeah. 2 cans in, what did I say, 4.5 hours? 4.5 hours, yeah. Okay. Now, we're at that awkward stage where I think we have to move it to there again. I think that changed the lighting on my face, didn't it? How does it? Well, not so much change the lighting on me. It changes how well I can read the screen. Socrates Plato says cheers, hadn't done it yet. That's not enough to keep you hydrated. I had 2 cups of coffee at the same time, or I almost have had 2 cups of coffee at the same time. That's not flowing very well. I wonder if that little air hole's blocked. Yeah, I did have a couple of coffees during the same period. What are we on today? It's Emmed Brow again. It is indeed Emmed Brow from the Chino Bazaar. I think we said brewed in Belgium, did we? Brewed in Belgium, I think. Despite the German name. Oh, I think it's German because of the umlauts. It has got umlauts, yeah? It does, on the A, yeah. Where are we, folks? I'm slouching again, aren't I? I was trying to sit up before. She has moved off my leg, so I should... Can I... Hutch? Something's not right. Something's... Less than ideal, I would say. Less than ideal. Okay. 33. Is anybody seeing a number higher than 33 for the number of thumbs ups? Itchy nose means someone is talking about you, apparently. Okay. It'll be Matey Boy, won't it? It'll be Eduardo. He'll be calling his welfare man and saying, "What's all this shit? I sent you to help him and you got him arrested." That'll be about a year ago now, will it? When was that? Oh, I've no idea. It might already have been over a year ago. Scratchy nose, geez, why so itchy? For me, it's probably living in a field with pollen and trees and plants and maybe flies and shit. Then I just open that can. I think so. Cheers, folks. Cheers to the subscribers this time, yeah? Topics. Has anybody got a topic? Is anybody new out there that just wants to say hello in chat? UC34, Socrates. 34. That's good. We're close then, yeah? Just 2 or 3 to get us over the line. I shall monitor the numbers. As I see more people arrive. Cheers for that. Fabrizio. What are all those? Is that some kind of... Is that a pork chop or something? Or a drumstick? I can't make that out. Beers, drumstick, flame. We're grilling, are we? Hold on. I don't know what that one is. What's the one that looks like a Pac-Man? I don't know what that was. Maybe someone licking their lips? I don't know. What cheese do you like? More or less all. I do like blue. I like blue cheeses. Santa but I like pungent cheeses. I like a Stilton. I love cheddar. What's the one they have over here? Manchego. Manchego is quite nice. And that's... What's that one? Is that a sheep or goat? I'm not sure. I'm not an expert on the Spanish cheeses, but Manchego's nice. Expensive though, yeah? Manchego's... And what's that other one? Captain something or other. Oh, Danish Blue, yeah. Gorgonzola. Is that one of the soft... That's one of the softer ones. Less keen on the like is Brie's another one where you... And don't you throw half of Brie away? The white rind, that always seems like a waste. It's not that I dislike it just always seems like a waste. Now you could probably put the rind in hot meals, like stick it in your bolognese or something. I don't know. What's she doing? I think she heard some banging. I think the bin men are up by the garage, the petrol station, gas station, on their nightly rounds. Must be... Are we headed for 3 o'clock? 2:46, yeah. You're number 2 again. Are you doing this? Are you doing the top fans thing? The crowns with the numbers? I turn that shit off. It's supposed to be turned off on this channel, but it didn't follow the rules. It didn't... You're supposed to eat that rind. Oh no. Oh no. I think I have done at times, but I don't think I enjoyed the phenomenon. No, it's obviously it's not plastic, but it's like plastic or wax. It's that'd be like eating the red fucking cover on Edam. No, just no. Oh, what's the other one with the holes in? Oh, Emmental. Emmental. I like that one. Although you are paying for holes, you're paying for shit that's not there. It's like when you buy mousse or I guess ice cream. Half of it is air bubbles. What's the chocolate bar that's all fucking bubbles? Aero. You're paying for shit that's not there. That's a rip-off. That's no good. Someone said something about camembert. Camembert might be better, more pungent. I'm not an expert on the, I would say, French cheeses, yeah? I'm not, I don't know. What was that other stuff they tried to push at one point? Du Pan, Du Van, Du Boursin. I don't know if I ever tried it. The advert seemed nice enough. I'm guessing Boursin was the cheese. Pan is the bread, Van is the wine, and Pan, Van, Boursin. Not sure. I do like when I've red wine. I do like to have a dark chocolate, and it can even be like a dark chocolate biscuit, McVitie's or something, with a deep dark chocolate on the top. Wine and cheese is good, but I think chocolate with a red wine is fantastic. Ryan C just gave me 3 likes. How do you manage that? How many Okay, hold on. You've got multiple accounts. Ryan C, Ryan Campbell. You're not the same Ryan as my name is Ryan. Or are you? Maybe we're just fully Ryaned out. I'm reading 36. Somebody else is probably reading more. Yes, multiple accounts. They'll probably get stripped. I don't know. It'll get nuked as bots or something. Farmer's reading 37, so we're equal to the record. Thank you guys. Appreciate that. That's fantastic. Had a good night chatting with you. It's been good so far, and I'm not done yet. I don't think. I'm looking and seeing that we're on 4 hours 48. I can easily do another 12 minutes. I'm thinking about how much more we go after that. I can carry on if you can carry on. Did we just lose a? Okay, maybe that's just the Ajax request. It went down to 35 and then back up to 36. Maybe somebody double clicked, added a like and took a like away. Okay, I'm reading 37. If anybody's reading +1, then we could be on 38 with some of you. So this would be a record. Don't ask questions that can't be answered, Ryan. Are you making any money off YouTube yet? No. I can't monetize. I was monetized for a little while because I'm not here legally. I can't fill in like the tax details, the Spanish tax. I don't have an NIE or TIE, whatever it's called nowadays. So I can't do the tax questions. So I can't monetize. I make money from the donations that people send to my PayPal address, or not money, but or donations. If people bring me like a bag of food, or sometimes, like I said, sometimes people walk past and hand me a £5 or a £10. There's a lady down the road, once every 2 or 3 months, will give me either 10 or 20 euros. So no, there's no making money directly off YouTube. It is just the donations, which at the minute I have been directing people to send money to the animal charity that was treating Tina. Kind of a little bit torn on that now. But there is also the current ongoing kind of issue of whether we buy wheels, which people have been donating towards me buying wheels for my girl here, for a back end. So it's that. It's not. I don't. I mean, my views are not that great. You get what, between €1 and €5 per 1,000 views if you're rolling ads. If you're rolling ads out. Um, my videos, a good video for me would typically get about what, 400, maybe 500 views. Uh, that'd be good. That'd be. So that's, maybe a couple of euros. At best, probably only one really. Um, most videos actually only get a couple of hundred views. Um, these these TrampCasts and TrampCast Hangouts, they will show up as getting about 200 views, but a lot of people see the title TrampCast or TrampCast Hangout, drop in out of curiosity. They're just having a 5 or 10 minute look. Maybe it's not for them, and off they go. And in other ways, it's 5 hours long or more, and maybe they stick around for an hour and then they have to go. So these ones get a higher number of views in the immediate, like while it's live. Very few people watch them after the event. Maybe the next morning they might get 10 views of people who think, shit, I missed it, or maybe people who were here and watched 1 hour and want to watch maybe another hour afterwards. But they get very, very few views after the next day. I mean, they're probably never going to be viewed again, most of them. I might watch them 2 or 3 days later as a quality control thing. See how much the microphone was popping and clicking. See whether the fan is interfering with the volume. I think actually I will turn that off again now. It's not my intention to look down to 62% on the EcoFloat. I don't want to go too low because we might get a day where it's not sunny. Who knows? Rain was forecast for tonight. Maybe it'll be tomorrow and maybe we won't get any sun. Seems unlikely in Spain, but I have to bear the possibility in mind. I got to keep the devices charged. What's he saying? That is the index. Yeah, donations are much appreciated. There's no funds from YouTube. That is very much the situation. Oh, where are we going here? I think it's scrolled backwards. Farmer's seeing 37. I'm seeing 37 now, so it could well be higher now. There was the question about money. Keep beard and carry on. Yeah, okay. Donations where people say spend it on whatever you like, or go get a beer, those are always appreciated. If people specifically mention beer in the PayPal donation, I will name them as the beer sponsor for the for that episode, or maybe for the next week. Anyone approached you at all for sponsorships, review products, camping gear? It would be good. I keep trying to promote EcoFlow because I like their products, but so far nothing from them. And I thought maybe by mentioning EcoFlow I might get Bluetti or Jackery or whoever, their competitors, to come along and chuck me like a bigger and better solar, what do you want to call them? I don't like to say solar system because that's a fucking sun and planet. I don't like to say solar generator because the EcoFlow doesn't generate anything. I'm never sure what to call them. But a solar setup, I guess we could say. I'm open to that, but no camping gear, and even like I had a tent that split end to end, the roof like it just went. and I tried contacting the it was second hand, don't get me wrong, it was second hand, but I tried contacting the manufacturer to ask if by any chance, like their marketing department could send me, didn't need a whole new tent, I only needed the skin, the outer, didn't even need a new bedroom, didn't need new poles, just needed a new, I haven't got a better word than skin, I don't think, you know, the outer membrane. No, they didn't even respond. What were they called? I think they were called U-Gear, just to give them some shit. No, it's too small an audience still, I think, really, to be getting sponsorships. 1,600 subscribers, 2, 3, 400 views on a video. Maybe gear reviews would get more because people might be looking specifically for those brands or whatever. To be honest, I did like a mini review when I got the EcoFlow, but I didn't do a particularly good job of it. I didn't go particularly in depth. I just winged it. I was mainly just telling you guys about it. A lot of people still don't know about these kind of things. Like my mate Karen that was here earlier. Karen the moderator, as I now call her. She had no idea these things were a thing, so she was interested and went out and bought a Delta 3 Plus or Pro Plus, maybe Delta 3 Plus. I've had other people tell me that they've bought EcoFlow because of me. One guy sent me 20 or 30 euros by way of commission because he said, well, EcoFlow aren't going to pay you anything, but yeah, you know, again, I think didn't know that it was a product category that existed, and me talking about it kind of educated him, and he went out and bought one or more, not sure. So yeah, no, I haven't been approached by any companies, and I think I'm probably still too small. Here we go, it jumped. How many do you need subscribers? I don't know. It's no, I haven't contacted any companies directly. That seems a little. I'm conscious of like being an e-beggar. See, even having the PayPal donate link at the top there makes me uncomfortable sometimes. Or talking about needing money for things is awkward for me. Contacting a company directly, I know you could look at it as a business relationship, a business transaction. But if I'm saying, hey, I've got an EcoFlow, what is it? It's an EcoFlow River 2. But I'm going to say, what? You got anything bigger and better you can send me to review? Hey, EcoFlow, why don't you send me that €1,000 fridge freezer combi thing that you've got? What's it called? An EcoFlow Glacier, maybe? Glacier, I'm thinking. That isn't that a bit beggy, and it's a lot of money to send someone who hasn't got that big an audience, and who probably won't do that good a job of making a review. Production values on videos as well, guys. I got a phone. Well, I've now got a tablet as well, but there's no computer. There's no laptop. I can't make fancy shit. I did actually make I'm not going to say fancy, but I made an intro video that I was quite proud of at one point. But it's on my old phone that broke and stopped working, and it's not available. It's an asset that I haven't got access to. So I'm thinking about trying to make a new. I quite liked it. The drum beat that was going, and all of the thumbnails from past, not all of the thumbnails, but a lot of thumbnails from past videos trying to tell the story, and each one's there for half a second. Some of them I expanded, like Tramp gets arrested, that hung there for 2 seconds, but the drum beat's going, and the I was quite impressed with myself making that on just a phone. editing the videos just on a phone is a miracle to me. I mean, this entire thing, when I was a kid, this would have been a fucking impossible dream. I mean, that's just the fact that you've basically got a television in your pocket would have been impossible when you look at how bulky TVs were. It's all incredible in terms of technology, but no, contacting companies directly. How many subscribers would you need for it to be viable for I don't know. I don't know. It's not just subscribers, it's how many people watch the videos. Having subscribers that never watch, this is why I caution people not to subscribe too soon to my channel. Having thousands of subscribers and then only getting hundreds of views is it's a negative signal to the algorithm. So you don't want people who've subscribed and stay subscribed but never watch. You need the actual views as well. I don't know where it begins in terms of in terms of getting sponsorships and products for review. I guess smaller product. If you're talking about products that cost a £5 or a tenner, then we're probably there. But I don't know what that would be. You've also got the issue of getting it delivered to me when my address is the man in the big blue tent in the field opposite the petrol station. 50% of deliveries don't arrive. And in Spain, for some reason, delivery companies don't make 2 or 3 attempts like they would in a normal country. They make 1 attempt and then it fucking goes back. Or maybe they'll leave a card and tell you to go to the post office, but that's only if they find the actual location in the first place. and the things that are supposed to go back to return to sender, they seem to have a less than 50% chance of getting back to sender. So it's tricky. Is anybody seeing anything higher than 37 yet on the... Let's have a look here. See whether... No, I am up to date. Socrates with the subscribers was the last one I saw. Okay, folks, we are over the 5-hour mark. The numbers are hopping about a bit. 9, 10, 11, back down to 9 on the viewers. 37 I'm seeing on the thumbs up, which is joint record, but other people were 1 ahead of me, so it's possible that we've got the record. So thank you to everyone who did hit the thumbs up. That's appreciated. We'll carry on for a little bit if I can think of things to talk about and if we can keep the conversation going. If you are out there in lurker mode, you might want to consider joining us down here in the chat. It is a hangout session where it is just me and you guys chewing the cud, ruminating, as you might say. Yeah. Cheers, folks. My doggy's got a head on my foot now for some reason. On my ankle, maybe. And she's snoring. Ever so slightly. Purring contentedly. Purring contentedly on my ankle. I'll try not to disturb her. Although, can you hear the traffic? What time is it? 3 o'clock. That's a lot of traffic for 3 in the morning. Friday night, nightclubs checking out time maybe? Not usually. Usually I'm sat here listening to a bass line. And if you've ever heard Spanish music, they only have one bass line. There's only one rhythm. It's really quite annoying sometimes. Yeah. interesting. But just waving my hand in front of the camera. Sorry, folks. Anybody new here who's got questions? I see 11 lurking. Well, I see 11 people viewing, but I only see the 3, maybe 4 active in chat. Socrates sees 38. That's good. That would be the record, folks. So thank you for that. Keep a beard and carry on. That was from a while ago. That's jumped backwards, hasn't it? Yeah. Donations and sponsorship. Well, there was one there in block capitals. What was that? Sorry, folks. I'm just trying to scroll chat and it keeps jumping about on me. Okay, that was Farmer saying donations are much appreciated. There's no funds from YouTube. He's begging on my behalf so that I don't have to be an e-beggar. Which I do border on, I guess. I try to provide some kind of informative content, documenting my life, my struggles. How do I put it in the blurb? The successes, the failures, and the other happenings in my life as a tramp, an Englishman trapped in Spain by circumstances. That's my one of my marketing pitch. Can't speak. One of my marketing pictures for TrampCast. So yeah, I try to provide information, be a little bit entertaining, and sometimes we'll sit and discuss science and technology and happenings. There was one, folks. There was one, and we didn't get to it, did we? Sabine Hossenfelder, I'm going to say Sabina, sorry. It is spelled with an E on the Sabine, but it's Sabina Hossenfelder. Did a video, I think it was today, I watched it today, about black holes. There's two categories of black hole currently. You've got the ones that are, so for a star to form a black hole, when the black hole collapses, it needs to be about 3 times, a minimum of 3 times the mass of our sun. So they're between 3 times and 100 times, and they call them something like solar mass black holes. Then you've got these really huge ones that they call supermassive black holes that you get at the center of galaxies. And so far, as we know, every galaxy has a supermassive black hole at the center. And those are like thousands of times more massive than our sun. So you've got this boundary of like between 3 and 100 times the mass of the sun for one group. And then you've got these ones that are thousands of times, but they all form in the same way. And then supposedly the theory is they form and then they grow. But you've got this big gap in the middle where there aren't any. There are no black holes bigger than 100 solar masses, but less than 1,000. But if they all start here and grow to here, there should be like a fucking shed load in the middle. There should be lots and lots of black holes. And there's none. They found a couple of candidates that they think maybe might be, but it's all a bit up in the air. But there should be like a massive amount of them. And there aren't. And that's a little bit weird, isn't it? Like we were asking earlier, where do all the bats go in winter in some of those American states where they can't find the bats? Where do all the black holes go? When they've grown from this size and they want to get to that size, where are they? How's that happening? It's a puzzle. It's another one of those. It's not quite a crisis in cosmology like the other stuff about the size, the rate the universe is expanding. It's not quite that kind of crisis in cosmology. But it's a puzzle. I like watching stuff like that. I've got no idea what the answer is. And she did go off into detail about how they try and measure these things and 3 different types of experiment to try and find them, or 3 different methods, X-rays and I can't, something about the rate of rotate. I don't know. There was 3 ways, but I got a little bit lost. I like to watch this stuff, but I'm not a cosmologist. I'm not even an astrophysicist. I'm a tramp in a field, for fuck's sake. So I like to watch. It's like when I watch Big Clive with these electrical engineering or electronic dissection of stuff. I like to watch it. I like to absorb a bit of information here and there, but overall, I've got no clue what I'm watching. Like when I watch Scruff Dog building an engine. I know nothing about engines. It's fascinating to me that people can know the ins and outs, and building a tiny model of an engine that's actually a working model, or maybe one day will be a working model. Might take a while, yeah, I think. But it's still fascinating to me that he sees a problem and he's thinking, oh yeah, no, this maybe the spark. Let's check the spark plug's firing, and oh, it's firing over here, but it's not getting all the way over here. I got no clue what I'm watching, but it still fascinates me. And I'm the same when I'm watching astrophysicists or cosmologists. It's fascinating that we're able to work out what we're able to work out, and also to know what we currently don't know, because that's always a boundary, isn't it? Knowing that you don't know. What's that? The Dunning-Kruger effect, isn't it? Where you start off not knowing anything, and then you think you know it all, and then you start to learn about the things that you don't know. You know that you don't know them, and over time maybe you start to learn some of them. But as you're learning a bit more, you're learning that there's all this other stuff that you don't know, and that Dunning-Kruger. Let me refresh chat because nobody's talking to me. Maybe I've lost you all. We hit the record for the number of likes while live. Somebody, I can't remember who said, was it Socrates? Socrates Plato was, I think, said, I see 38. I don't see 37 still, but that's 37 is joint record. 38, if confirmed, will be the actual record for the number of lives. I don't want to sound too needy, folks, but you know, getting a higher number of likes is always to the good. Sends a signal to Google stroke YouTube, and yeah, might help get the message out there and get some more people in here. We are only 5.25 hours in. I am running out of topics to talk about. There are people out there that are lurking and not chatting. I still wonder whether my chat's frozen, but I don't know. Pharmacy 38. We're to the good then. That is the record. I'm going to declare that confirmed, even though I'm the Ajax requests from my app are still only showing me 37. Whether that's a broken Ajax request, whether it's to do with database sharding, that's with a D, not a T. I have to clarify because pharma. Oh, I've done it again, waving my fingers in front of the camera. I got no idea why the chat's on that side. Why am I having to wave my finger around in front of a camera all the time just to scroll chat? If chat was over here, or maybe chat's just supposed to stay up and scroll automatically. I don't know. I just find it a bit annoying. Let's see if I can get a little bit closer to the camera and show you my big ugly face in a bit more detail. Although that does make me look like I'm leaning in a bit. Farmar is about to leave us. He's leaving us on a high note with 38 likes. Thank you, Farmar. Thank you for joining us tonight, Fabrizio, and thank everybody else for joining us. I may call it quits in about a quarter of an hour myself. Possibly. If we can't stir up a bit of conversation and find me something to natter on about. Come on, you lurkers. I know you're out there. Come and say hello to a tramp. I mean, that is the idea of the show. Good night, Farmer. Fabrizio is leaving the building. Terra, mate. Terra, I don't know. That might not translate. I don't know. That might just be a Northern English thing. Absolutely everybody everywhere. Anybody out there who hasn't said hello, feel free to join us in chat. Come and introduce yourself. Just say, hello, my name is, I'm in such and such a city in such and such a country, and the weather is, and the temperature is, and we'll pick it up and go from there. Is everybody here, have we had a good week? It's Friday night, so we're touching on the weekend. Certainly where I am now in Spain, it's after 3 a.m, yeah? 20 past 3. So we're well into the weekend already. Hence the Friday night beers, folks. Friday night beers. I went and got them earlier. Thanks to kind donations. Don't want you to think I'm just a tramp sitting around drinking all the time. But if someone sends me a few euros and says, go get yourself a beer, then I will obviously honour those stipulations. Likewise, if you send me money and say not for beer, for whatever reason, I also honour those stipulations. It's just the kind of guy I am. But I am just a tramp sat in a field. Shall I have a quick look? Oh, someone's pipping horns at 3:30 in the morning, 20 past 3. I'll have a quick look online and see if I can find any other science stuff. I said about the bats that the Americans can't find. I said about the super material that might one day replace plastic, and the intermediate mass black holes. So that was the end of that. Let's see what else we can find. Science news. Bear with me, folks. I'm going to see whether I can find a topic for you if nobody else is chatting. You've gone quiet on me. Let's have a look. New insights reveal proteins are more stable than we thought. Oh, there's a whole question. The building blocks of life. How a bunch of random chemicals turn into amino acids, and how amino acids turn into longer chains and eventually into proteins. And then how RNA and DNA work their way along these chains and take instructions from things, building blocks for proteins, but the machinery by which instructions are taken on board by cells and genes and stuff, and then the whole cell replication, the DNA replication stuff. But it's thought that collisions, asteroid impacts perhaps, or meteor impacts into a chemical pool. The younger Earth had a lot of swirling pools of just chemical soup. But collisions and maybe heat, maybe just the impact causes chemical reactions, and things get longer, amino acid chains, and then another impact, and those chains become proteins, maybe. And I remember this all being investigated. BBC used to have fantastic programs on science. Horizon was brilliant at this. I remember watching a guy basically firing a cannon into a chemical soup, and then examining the difference afterwards. And he found that he could make these longer chains, amino acids and yeah, amino acids and some longer chain fatty acids, and if you kept going, it looked like you could build these. Certainly, the building blocks towards proteins. Things were getting bigger and bigger. I don't know how far that ever went. Did he ever actually make proteins? It looked like it was heading in that direction, but I'm talking about. It could have been the 80s. Hell, it could even have been the late 70s. Where did some of this research go? What's the latest with it? I don't know. And my tablet just turned off a bit. But yeah, proteins may be more stable than we thought, apparently. Hmm. Okay. Some states in America could see aurora borealis and northern lights tonight. So where are you, you ganks? You're 6 hours behind me. So 9:30ish on the east coast. 9:30. So you probably not quite dark yet. You're further. Oh no, you are probably about the same distance south, aren't you, as me? I know that England, well, Britain is further north than all of the contiguous US. Um, that's quite far south for the. Have you noticed this? The northern lights are occurring further south with greater frequency. It seems to be every other week that they're saying, hey, people really far south are going to be able to see. It used to be that in Britain you had to go right, like to the north of Scotland to see the aurora, aurorae, plural. Not sure. Auroras, not sure. um, but now I'm regularly hearing about them being down to the Midlands in Britain and even down to the south coast, and now like in America, in the US, as far south as that. That didn't you tell me that didn't used to happen? I'm sure it didn't. I never heard of it before. Now it seems to be every second week. SpaceX managed to launch those astronauts. I thought that mission was going to be put off. They they found an issue with the rocket a few days ago, no? Or is this a delayed launch? I'm not sure, guys. I'm just freewheeling through some news to look for some talking points for you, just to keep things going a little while. But we might call it quits soon. I don't know. Back to top chat and then live chat. See if there's anybody here. No, I've only got Farmar leaving. So I think what I'm going to say, folks, is in 5 minutes or so, with your permission, in 5 minutes or so we'll probably call it quits, unless we get an influx of people and some conversation, folks. If there's anybody who's just popped in, a thumbs up maybe, just to ensure that we do get the record for the most thumbs up we've had while we've been live. I say we, me and the dog. She's asleep snoring at the minute. What is the latest discovery in science, says a thing here. Okay, another new state of matter. Has anybody kept track of how many states of matter there are now? A quantum liquid crystal. that behaves unlike anything we've seen before. I'm not really, that's not my kind of thing, I don't think. I can't keep track of all these. When I was a kid, there was like 3 states of matter. Maybe 4 if you included plasma. Solid, liquid, gas, plasma. Now you've got liquid crystals and time crystals and quantum crystals, and I don't know what half these things are. How about some tech news? What have we got in tech? Let's go to Ars Technica. No. What? It off? There it is. Oh, okay, it wanted a space in it. Tech. And don't just try and sell me products. Oh, God. Privacy choices I accept. Okay, did you see that one? In the Ukraine-Russia war, they rescued a soldier. Ukraine rescued a soldier by flying in a bike under a drone. An e-bike. I don't know to what extent that's tech news, but... Oh, still much rumbling. New version of Google Gemini. Oh, only for subscribers. What's that noise? Oh, it's Tina. She's running in her sleep, folks. Running in her sleep. Okay. I think I am more or less done, folks. I've obviously run out of things to talk about tonight, and I've run out of people to talk with, I think. Okay. Let me just... Is that new people? Who told you that, Thomas? I haven't washed in 18 months. That's just the biggest crock of shit ever. I have not washed my hair in 18 months. And frankly, it doesn't need it. I wash 2 or 3 times a week. Had a full body wash today. So there you go. Let's squash that rumour now, eh, shall we? Thank you. Where did you hear that I haven't washed in 18 months? Was it Graham Greene? Now I can't get into the sea because you have to get down cliffs, and my dog has a paralysed back end. And I can't leave my dog alone. So having to go 200, well, to get to the sea would probably be 300 metres that way, down either steep hills or a cliff with a paralysed dog. Not too easy, would you agree? Okay, folks, we got 30 seconds. I said I was going to wrap it up when we hit... Yeah, Thomas, you can go get fucked, mate. You're out of here. Gone forever. Oh, there they go. Okay, folks, I thank you for joining me this evening. And despite the odd troll, I thank you. We've had a good one. I think we hit a record on the number of likes while live. We hit 38. I'm told by two people. So that's okay. I shall leave you in the tradition of the channel if I can. Let me see whether I can. We reverse the camera. We try and turn the light on. Ah, no, that's not the right button. flash. There we go. Or torch at least. Here's my girl. She's asleep. Oh, I've just disturbed her and woken her up. Here's my girl. Okay, folks. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike. Out. Awkward moment because I forgot to press the button. Later.